Well, hello everybody, and welcome to the 31st Annual Nisqually Watershed Festival. I'm Monica Sundbaum from Tacoma Public Utilities, and I'll be your MC for today's event. It is wonderful to have you here on this special day to help celebrate one of the most unique rivers in North America. After 30 years of celebrating the history, culture, and environment of the Nisqually Watershed with you in person, this year we're going to mix things up and celebrate by taking you on a virtual tour. Our theme this year is Mountain to Sound. So, starting at the top of Mount Rainier, we're going to flow virtually down the Nisqually River main stem and end at the Billy Frank Jr. Nisqually National Wildlife Refuge, where our mighty river empties into the Puget Sound. Fun fact, the Nisqually is the only river in the United States to begin in a national park and end in a national wildlife refuge. We'll be here with you all day on YouTube, so if you have questions, please put them in the live chat. Check out today's schedule at nisquallyriver.org/festival to plan your day around your favorites, like exploration with Northwest Trek, beach seining and dogfish dissection, insect viewing, reptiles with Mr. Lizard, tree planting tips, and much, much more. Before we get started, our planning committee would like to give a huge thanks to Tacoma Public Utilities for sponsoring our event today. This festival is made possible thanks to TPU's support. So let's get this party started. As always, we'll open our festival with the roaring bagpipes of the Olympia Highlanders. And I just apologize to all Scottish people. The Olympia Highlanders Bagpipe Band was formed in 1972 and is a self-sponsored, nonprofit band promoting the traditions and culture of Scotland. The band has won numerous awards for performances in parades, graduations, and other private and civic events. For more information, check out their website at olympiahighlanderspipesanddrums.org or on their Facebook page. Wow, what an incredible performance. Next, we'll hear a song from the Nisqually Indian tribe's Canoe family. Since the Canoe family was unable to meet during this time, they've shared with us a song from the 2014 canoe journey, Paddle to Bella Bella, known as the Squally Opsh Anthem. The dance is for ladies to go out and represent for the Nisqually tribe in their language, known as Lashutseed. This song is saying, "This is the best we have to offer." Thank you so much to the Nisqually Canoe family for sharing this performance. Now we'll start our tour of the watershed, beginning where else? The top of Mount Rainier. Ascending to 14,410 feet above sea level, Mount Rainier stands as an icon in the Washington landscape. An active volcano, Mount Rainier is the most glaciated peak in the contiguous USA, spawning 5 major rivers, one of which is the Nisqually. Subalpine wildflower meadows ring the icy volcano, while ancient forests cloak Mount Rainier's lower slopes. Wildlife abounds in the park's ecosystem, including recently spotted wolverines.
Hello, my name is Annie Rundy. I'm a ranger at Mount Rainier National Park, and I'm excited to be joining you for the Nisqually Watershed Festival. Sad we can't be in person this year, but I'm excited to be part of this virtual edition of the event since that's not possible. Today we're going to be exploring Mount Rainier National Park. It is the traditional lands of the Muckleshoot, Yakima, Cowlitz, Squaxin Island, Puyallup, and Nisqually people. These groups of indigenous people have been here for thousands of years and continue to help us care for the place today. So let's think of them in all that we do and we talk about and in our visits to the park. Today we're going to be exploring the upper parts of the Nisqually Watershed. So let's get going. Mount Rainier is an icon in this part of the country. We can see it all over the state. From Seattle down to Olympia, it towers over our horizon. And sometimes it determines whether or not we're going to have a good day or not. You'll hear the mountain is out or it's not out. And it is just a huge part of our life here and our culture. But it's not just important for people in the Pacific Northwest or in Washington. It's important for people all around the country and the world because it's a national park. The National Park Service protects over 400 of America's most special places, like Mount Rainier and the Grand Canyon, Yellowstone and Yosemite. Even the Statue of Liberty is a national park. This symbol shows us all of the amazing things that parks protect, like plants and animals, landforms and water. And the shape of the arrowhead reminds us that stories are protected in parks. And Mount Rainier protects all of those things as well. The Nisqually Watershed starts at the Nisqually Glacier up in Mount Rainier at the summit of the mountain. And it flows all the way out through many different communities out into Nisqually Reach in the Puget Sound. Today we're going to be taking 4 stops right around Mount Rainier in the watershed and kind of trekking how it goes through the park, where it starts and where it ends. The Nisqually Glacier is one of the most studied glaciers at Mount Rainier, and we'll talk about why that is in a little bit. But first, let's talk a little bit about what a glacier is. Glaciers are basically big rivers of ice. You can see here in this picture, there are kind of all of these cracks in the ice, and that happens as the glacier moves. But they form from layers of snow piling up and up and up. And then those layers get squeezed together, and eventually that pressure makes the snow turn into ice. All of the air gets pushed out. They don't sit still on the top of mountains, however. They do move slowly downhill. And one of the models that we like to use in the park is GAC to show how a glacier moves. So we are going to make a little bit of GAC or slime, and I have a really simple set of instructions for this that are on our website, and we'll share that link. But this slime helps us kind of visualize how glaciers move. So to make the slime, here we go, I'm gonna scoot this back a little bit. You start out with a half a cup of glue, just plain old Elmer's glue, and you mix that with a half a cup of water. And so I already mixed it so that we wouldn't have to sit here and watch me mix. And then in another container, you're going to take a teaspoon of borax and mix that with half a cup of water. So we'll mix that up. Okay, and then I'm gonna put my computer down. Hopefully you can see. All right, and then you slowly pour that in to the glue mixture and mix it around until it starts to congeal. There we go, you're kind of seeing it now. Might have had too much water in this. Ooh, there we go, but here we go. Here's our glacier model. This one's a little runny, but if we pretend like my hand is Mount Rainier and we put our glacier on top, you can see it slowly flowing. It's a little too liquid, but slowly flowing down the side of the mountain. And as glaciers flow and move, they change the land around them. Right here, you are looking at a valley that was carved out by the Nisqually Glacier. And this is a short video clip, and we can kind of see how this glacier has created a big U-shaped valley coming down the side of Mount Rainier. And as the glacier goes downhill and it gets into warmer areas, the ice melts from the bottom of the glacier and at the end, and it forms rivers. And that's what you're looking at in this video. The Nisqually, the very, very beginning of the Nisqually River, where you see all of that dark rock, or all of that dark dirt and debris. All right. So that is the Nisqually Glacier Valley. We're zooming in on the Nisqually Glacier. Sorry for the wiggly video. Over time, as the glacier goes down, right now our glaciers are starting to get smaller. And so more of that valley is being exposed as the glacier, the end of the glacier shrinks. And we'll talk more about that as well. So farther downstream, we're now at stop number 2. This is the Nisqually River as it's flowing through the park. Glacier rivers carry tons and tons of debris. You can see that water looks almost like chocolate milk. It's just full of dirt and rocks and small silt and sediment. And as it flows down, when it hits flatter areas, it starts to kind of braid and drop off sediment and debris in different areas and create these little islands in between, and you get this really cool braided stream as it moves down the mountain into the valley. But like I said, these rivers are capable of moving big things as well, especially when they're in on a really hot day or when they're in a higher flow or a flood stage. This is a huge tree that was carried down, a log that was carried down by the Nisqually River. And you can see the 7-year-old for scale here, looking at some of the big rocks that were carried down the Nisqually River, probably during a flood or a debris flow event. Debris flows are when lots of water and dirt gets mixed up and carried downhill, but that water usually comes out of the glacier all at once. All right. So here we go. We'll go with another video to kind of explore how this river and where it's flowing. This was in the afternoon on a pretty hot day, so high river flow. But you can see that's just downhill from where we were on our last stop. So this is the whole Nisqually Valley in the park. Even further downstream, we have some engineering efforts to keep our roads and our park infrastructure in place. This is a levee that was put up along the Nisqually River because this was an area that had pretty major flooding in 2006 especially, and the park had to do something to stop that erosion from happening. So this is farther down the river where it's gotten a little bit flatter, and you can kind of see how the river has really spread out and braided. There's a number of different channels as it makes its way out of the park. This is pretty much the border of Mount Rainier, so this is right at the end of the park. All right. From there, it continues to flow downstream to the Alder Dam, where it forms Alder Lake. And this is a picture of the lake. You can see Mount Rainier in the background. Popular place for recreation in this area, camping, boating. But it is also the site of a hydroelectric project. So this is Tacoma Power. It's the Alder Dam, and it supplies power. The hydroelectric plant here supplies power to communities downstream, like Tacoma. And this is the first place along the Nisqually where it is dammed. There's a number of others as it moves downhill or downstream towards the Puget Sound. But eventually it ends up at Nisqually Reach out in the Puget Sound. And so all of those rocks, not all of them, but many of the rocks and the sand that started up in Mount Rainier, some of it makes its way all the way down to the sound and connects our communities to the park, which is a really cool thing. But the mountain and the glaciers and everything in between are being affected and changing right now due to climate change. And so we're going to explore some of those impacts on our glaciers because, like I said before, the Nisqually Glacier is one of the most studied glaciers in the park, and we are seeing a lot of changes with that one. So this is a really amazing piece of artwork from Jill Pelto, and it shows us a lot of the different impacts of climate change. So right here we have greenhouse gases, and you can see how they're going up. And this is this is based on data, so that's kind of a cool thing too. So, so we have greenhouse gases going up. As a result, that is trapping heat within the Earth's atmosphere, and temperatures are going up around the globe. Because of the rise in temperature, glacial ice is going down. It's melting and decreasing, and a lot of that ice and water, or a lot of that meltwater is going into the oceans, causing the oceans to the sea level to rise. So right there in that really beautiful piece of artwork, we have kind of a synopsis of the global impacts of climate change. What we are predicting, or what scientists are predicting, is going to happen in our part of the country at Mount Rainier is warmer winters and longer summers. And with warmer winters, that means we might be getting rain in places where we used to get snow. And so when glaciers aren't getting more snow on the lower parts of them, they might be getting rain that's causing more melt. And so decreased snowpack will cause our glaciers, and longer summers, longer hotter summers, will cause our glaciers to shrink. And that's what we're seeing. These are scientists, well, one scientist, Rebecca Lofgren, who studies the glaciers at Mount Rainier. And right here, they put in stakes into the glaciers to measure how much snow is melting or snow that we are retaining from year to year. So that's one of the things they're doing. They also measure different points along the glacier and see how the glacier is changing. And what scientists are seeing with mapping and measuring is that our glaciers are melting 6 times faster than normal, losing 6 inches, on average of 6 inches a day, which results in 18% of glacial ice has melted, and 200 billion gallons of water, which is just a crazy number that's really hard to comprehend for me. So if we want to look at a quick video, this is going to show you kind of what's happening to our glaciers. As they melt, the end of the glacier starts to go uphill and uphill and uphill. And this isn't quite accurate for Mount Rainier because we don't think, well, in our lifetime anyways, we will always see glaciers on Mount Rainier. They're just going to continue to get smaller. This is a really great visual demonstration of the Paradise Glacier. In 1934, up here, this black and white image, versus 2017. If we go, we can look at individual points, and that kind of helps you pinpoint the change. So you can see here, tons of ice connecting all the way down. We have just a little bit of ice right there. And then this is probably just debris down below. We see the toe of the glacier out here. Right here, that toe has moved way uphill. So uphill is in the direction kind of towards you. And then right over here, we had glacier going all the way out to that crest. Here we just have some probably permanent snowfield, and it's completely disconnected from the glacier. So you can see a huge change in the Paradise Glacier. Many people in this part of the country remember the Paradise Ice Caves, which were a really popular attraction. And those caves were at the end of the Paradise Glacier, and since the glacier has melted, those are no more. So the most popular thing that people went to Paradise to go see, we aren't able to see anymore because that glacier has melted so much. This is another comparison. This is the Nisqually Glacier. So I guess our favorite glacier for this purpose today. But this is 1966, and you can, if you kind of look over here, that spot is just kind of right in here, I think. And this is 2014, so huge loss on the Nisqually Glacier as well. But why do we care? Like, why does it really matter if we're losing our glacier ice? We're always going to have, you know, glaciers on the mountain in our lifetime, so that water supply will still be there. But in the park, one of the main things we're concerned about is that these glaciers feed big river systems. And those river systems a lot of times are flowing through areas where we have a lot of loose dirt and debris and rocks. And if we're going to get more rain during the winter time because of a warmer winter, we might have a lot more flooding. When that water mixes with all of that loose rock, we get what we call a debris flow. And this is a picture of a huge debris flow. Basically just like wet concrete rushing down the mountain, takes everything with it in its path. You can see it's kind of washed out this road here and threatened some of these structures. We had a big section of the main road in the park that washed out. It washed out pretty much a campground in the park. And so these big debris flow events have the potential to do a lot of damage to park infrastructure, buildings, roads, that sort of thing. They also could decrease access to the park. If we have a road washout and we're not able to replace it, or if it washes out over and over and over again, we might not be able to repair it in the same place. And that's what we're seeing in some parts of the park already, like the Carbon River and the West Side Road are two roads that we had in the park where visitors could drive all the way up them, but we are no longer able to do that because of repeated floods and debris flows coming through. The kind of wild thing about climate change and all of this, even though we're seeing huge impacts all around the country and at Mount Rainier, we aren't really talking about it very much. And so my charge for you, this map kind of shows you how many people in each part of the country are talking about climate change at least occasionally. And I think that meant a couple times a month for this purpose. But here we go. Up in Washington, we're probably around like 40%. So maybe half of us or so are talking about climate change regularly. So my challenge for you, now that you know a little bit more about how it's affecting Mount Rainier and the Nisqually Watershed in Mount Rainier and the glacier, my challenge for you is to talk about it more, to tell your neighbors, tell your friends, because if we're not talking about it, if we're not paying attention, we're not going to make changes in our protecting our climate, protecting our glaciers. So I challenge you to that, and I want to thank you so much for joining me today and exploring the top of the Nisqually Watershed up at Mount Rainier National Park. Thank you so much and have a really great rest of your day. Bye.
Thank you to Annie Rundy, Mount Rainier Education Ranger, for sharing that incredible tour. Want to see more of the park but can't make the trip? Check out their website for virtual tours. Now, let's soar through the trees of the Upper Mashel River, the Nisqually's largest tributary. The Mashel is known for its critical habitat for steelhead, which are listed as threatened under the Endangered Species Act. The Nisqually Land Trust recently purchased and permanently protected 1,920 acres of timberlands in the Upper Mashel Watershed, and you get to take a tour of it with us. A big thanks to the Nisqually Land Trust for sharing that video and to the Nisqually Indian Tribe for flying their drone through what's now known as the Nisqually Community Forest. All right, time to get up close and friendly with some of your favorite reptiles. Mr. Lizard's mobile zoo has been taking the creepy out of creepy crawlers since 1992. They have a heart for our reptilian friends, and their hands-on approach seeks to reduce fear of these often misunderstood creatures. Mr. Lizard's mobile zoo is part of Shrink Ray Farms, a tiny hobby farm in the Cascade foothills overlooking the Columbia Gorge. Learn more about Mr. Lizard's incredible critter programs at shrinkrayfarms.com or on their Facebook page. And now, please welcome Mr. Lizard himself, Brett Wilson. What do you have for us today, Mr. Lizard?
Hello and welcome to the Nisqually Watershed Festival. My name is Brett Wilson with Shrink Ray Farms, and with me as always is my traveling companion, Eric from accounting. Today we're going to talk a little bit about reptiles. Well, reptiles and other animals. And I actually like to start off with a really cool little guy. This first one I've got for you guys is what's called a New Caledonian giant gecko. This is in fact the largest species of gecko in the world. This is a female. Females can get pretty big, but the males get much bigger than that. In fact, I've seen males with bodies about that big around. They can get absolutely massive. These guys come from cloud forests on a little island called New Caledonia. Now, geckos, or most geckos anyway, have sticky feet. They can stick to walls. They can even hang from the ceiling if they want. But not only does this guy have sticky toes for holding on, it's also got a tail that grabs, just like a monkey's tail. So just one with a tail. Now, a lot of people, when they think about geckos' toes sticking, the thing that they generally think makes them stick is maybe claws or slimes, but believe it or not, it's actually neither of those things. Well, they do have claws, but the thing that makes them stick is tiny microscopic hairs. On their toes, there's thousands and thousands of these teeny tiny little hairs. They're about 300 times thinner than the hair on the top of your head. Now, when you look at those hairs, you can see they're thick at the bottom and they break into smaller and smaller pieces as they get towards the tips. By the time they get to the ends of those tips, those hairs are so small, they actually will take advantage of something called van der Waals forces. Every particle has an attractive quality to it, and those little tiny hairs interact with individual particles, which allows them to stick to things that are even as smooth as glass. We're going to put this little dude away. This is Curry. So next up, I think we're going to do, well, I've got a little snake here for you guys. This next one is what's called a ball python. Now, most ball pythons are brown and black, but this is a rather unusual one. Instead of being brown and with black stripes like most ball pythons, this guy is totally white. Now, a lot of people will look at this and think, oh, it's an albino. Well, it's actually not an albino. There's a big difference between an albino and this guy. Were this guy a normal ball python, it would be brown with black stripes and have black eyes. A albino ball python will be white with yellow stripes and have red eyes. But this guy actually is, not only is he all white, he actually has, don't be shy, he actually has blue eyes. Now, blue-eyed snakes do happen in the wild, but it's pretty rare. It's very, very rare. And the reason it's so rare to have an animal that would be born this color in the wild is because it wouldn't have any camouflage. There's no place that it could hide. There's no way this animal could be safe because it needs to hide from the things that like to eat snakes, as well as all snakes need to hide from the things that they like to eat as well. Snakes are what's called ambush predators, which means that they can't run fast enough to catch their food. So they have to wait for their food to walk right in front of them. And if you're bright white like this, everything's going to see you. So the chances that you would get eaten by a predator would be really high, and the chances that you would starve to death would be really high. So had this guy been born in the wild, the chances that he would have survived are pretty slim. Now, this guy is a constrictor, meaning that he doesn't have any venom. So instead of using venom like a rattlesnake would to catch his food, what these guys will do is they'll grab a hold with their mouth, they'll wrap it up really tight, they'll squeeze it till it passes out, and then they swallow it down in one gulp. And did you guys know snakes can swallow things that are 10 times the size of their head? If you could eat something as big as a snake, you'd be able to swallow an entire watermelon. That's just swallowing a watermelon. Now, how snakes are able to do that is their jaws. I was always taught when I was younger that snakes can unhinge their jaws, which is actually not true. Their jaws work just like ours with one very big difference. This bone right here is called your mandible. And on humans, that's one piece. On snakes, it's two. So they can open their mouths just like we can down, but they can also open their mouth out, which actually opens up a really big hole. And if you look inside this guy's mouth, you'd see something right at the front that looks like this. Now, it's not his tongue. You can see his tongue is forked. What it is called his glottis. That's the tube that he breathes through. And that tube for us ends at the back of our throat. But for him, it ends at the very front of his mouth. So even if he had something huge in his mouth, he'd still be able to breathe just fine around it. All right, we're going to tuck this little guy away. This is Clutch. Somebody wave goodbye to Clutch. Now, I've got another one here for you that is, well, she's fairly new to us. And now this next one is what's called a frilled lizard. Now, maybe some of you guys might recognize these guys from a TV show or from a movie or from a book. They're those lizards that have these crazy big flaps of skin on the side of their head that they stick out like this if they get scared. But not only do they have those flaps of skin that allow them to make them so scary, they're also what's called bipedal. And what bipedal means is they can run on 2 feet. In fact, I have this great GIF that I want to show you. It is probably my favorite reason for doing these virtual shows. So this is a frilled lizard running through the wild. Now you can see as he goes over this log, no problem whatsoever. The reason it's so easier for him to run over that log is because the style of running these guys do is what's called bicycling. Now, what that means is that they're, instead of their legs moving backwards and forwards like yours and my legs do, their legs actually kind of spin around in a circle. So when he hits that log, it's no problem for him because his legs are just kind of going around like this. He just goes right over the top of it. These are one of the rare lizards that do not lose their tails. And this guy can't lose his tail because he needs it. He needs it to balance when he's running, because if he didn't have the tail sticking out in the back like that, he would just fall right over. But he also uses it to balance when he climbs. These guys are what's called arboreal. Just like my friend the iguana back here, he spends most of his time up in the trees. So that long tail helps him to balance his body as he climbs up to the trees. All right, we're gonna put this little guy away. This guy is named Bumbershoot. Somebody wave goodbye to Bumbershoot. I've got one more for you. This next one I've got is what's called, sorry buddy. This next one is Bunny. Now Bunny's new to us. I wanted to move him out of the way because Bunny can get a little kind of wild. Bunny is what's called a Goliath bird-eating tarantula. Now she is venomous, meaning that she has poisonous bite. She is poisonous because the hair on her back is the way that tarantulas protect themselves. They protect themselves a lot like a porcupine would, and that hair is poisonous, so she's venomous and poisonous. So I've got these great big gloves just to make sure that I am safe through this production. There we are. So that's Bunny. Bunny is in fact the largest species of tarantula in the world. These guys can get as large as a dinner plate. They get huge. Now they call them bird-eating tarantulas not because they eat birds, but because the first European naturalist to draw one of these things, because this was back before cameras, she drew it eating a hummingbird because she wanted to show how large this spider is, and they do get huge. But the thing is this is largely a terrestrial spider, meaning that they spend most of the time down on the grounds. So it's not that they wouldn't eat birds, but it'd just be kind of a difficult thing for them to catch. They're opportunistic feeders, and they'll eat just about anything they get a hold of. But mostly what they're going to be eating in the wild is bugs, mice, snakes, and other things like that. Now, when you're looking at a tarantula like this, what you're actually looking at is her exoskeleton. Now, we have bones on the inside. So if you feel your arm, you can feel the bone in your arm. Our bones grow with us, but hers don't. Her bones are on the outside and they don't grow with her. So like a suit of armor, eventually those bones will get too small and she'll actually molt them off. And what happens is she'll actually pop this little middle piece right here. This is called the cephalothorax. She'll open that up and she'll pull her whole body out. And she leaves everything that you see behind. She leaves her legs behind. She leaves her abdomen behind. She leaves her cephalothorax behind. She leaves her fangs behind. Even her stomach gets left behind. And what happens is a whole new spider crawls out of that old exoskeleton. Whoa, we're going to put her away because she's getting a little bit wily here. These guys come from Brazil. And again, they're the largest species of spider in the world. They get absolutely massive. Oh, and she's loose in my lap. Okay, thanks. Yeah, we're doing good. We're doing good. Now, I did want to show you something before we wrap up here. And actually, she molted just a few days ago. And I've got one of her fangs. And I want to show you how big these fangs are. There we are. And you can see the size of it. That's her fang right there. So they're over an inch long. and again, they are venomous. All right, my name is Brett Wilson with Shrink Ray Farms, and I'm glad you're here to enjoy the virtual Nisqually Watershed Festival. You can join us on a Zoom call every Tuesday at 2 o'clock if you have some questions about these animals or you just want to see them again. Well, thank you guys so much for having me out, and we will see you next time. Take care.
Thanks, Mr. Lizard, for sharing all of those cool critters with us. I hope Eric from accounting isn't cooking the books behind you. Debits equal credits, Eric. Next up, one of my personal favorites, and not just because they're our proud sponsor of today's event, but also because, well, they're my employer. Stay tuned to learn more about Tacoma Public Utilities' wildlife, lands, recreation, and habitat monitoring programs. Well, hello everybody. It's Monica Sundbaum again, your MC for today's virtual event. In addition to that, I am a Community Relations Specialist at Tacoma Public Utilities, aka TPU, and on behalf of TPU, we are thrilled to sponsor today's event. This event is so important because it's a wonderful way for everyone in the community to get together to learn more about the watershed and also celebrate it. So we're just so happy that you can be here with us today. TPU owns and operates the Nisqually River Project. We began generating clean, renewable hydroelectricity there in 1912. As part of our federal license to operate our 2 Nisqually dams and powerhouses, we protect and preserve wildlife on 3,500 acres of land, monitor fish habitat, and provide recreation opportunities. Today, we're going to give you a behind-the-scenes look at 2 biologists from our natural resources team in action. We're going to kick things off with wildlife biologist Pam Heffley, who's going to show how we check on some of our fine feathered friends.
I love coming out here to Alder Lake and checking these wood duck boxes and finding warm eggs and incubating hens. It's the favorite thing that we get to do. I love being outside and improving wildlife habitat. It brings me joy. There's lots of work going on behind the scenes that ties into responsible hydropower. When I first heard about this job, I asked the same question. What does a biologist do for a power company? And the answer is why I'm still here today.
10 fledged.
Well, welcome, Pam. It's wonderful to see you today. Would you like to elaborate more about the nesting program as well as explain the other types of work that you and your group do for wildlife?
Hi, thank you for having me on today. Why do we place these nesting boxes? We have 40 nesting boxes on our wildlife land, and we put them in place for wood ducks primarily because our forests are younger in Western Washington. Wood ducks are cavity nesters. They use cavities created by woodpeckers and build their nests. We have lots of species that use these besides wood ducks, including hooded mergansers, who compete for these same nesting spaces. We get sawwood owls. They like to use some of the boxes near Alder Lake in the upper watershed. We do get rodents, including this year we got our first northern flying squirrel, which was so fun because it popped its head out of the box when I was going to maintain it and make any repairs. I started to climb the tree, the squirrel popped out and didn't end up coming out of the box, just stayed there, but we got a photo op. As far as the other types of work my group does, we have 7 people in our group. They all have their own specialty. We protect cultural resources on our lands. We manage forests for wildlife, thinning young stands to help them be more healthy and mature faster. We control weeds on our property and protect the shorelines around our reservoirs. A couple of other things that we do for wildlife is create forage fields for elk and put up bat roosting structures.
Wow, that is completely so fascinating, Pam. So I love hearing about all these critters, and I'm wondering if you can talk about what are some other types of critters that live around the project.
We do get quite a few mammals on our property. I have been on our lands near Ashford several times when a black bear has also been on the lands. So glad to see those species using our lands, but also at a distance. We get elk, black-tailed deer, cougar, beaver, coyote. I also have to say, I get so excited when I see animal sign like tracks or scat, and I will get down on my hands and knees to poke at things or smell things that most people may not even want to look at. We get amphibians and reptiles on our lands as well, like rough-skinned newts, Pacific chorus frogs, snakes, and the northern alligator lizard, which is a fun one. We have osprey and eagle nests on our lands. We discovered a new osprey nest in the last 2 years, and it has produced young. It's really fun to find that those species are successful in their nesting. One thing that I get to do that I especially enjoy is birding by ear. I listen for the calls and songs of birds, and I'm able to distinguish what species are using our land from the upper watershed down to the delta. You will find a great blue heron. It's one of the species that ties us together throughout the watershed. The final species that I'd like to touch on is the barred owl, and this is fun because when it hoots, it says, "Who cooks for you?" And I want to do that call for you right now. Ooh, 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 ooh.
That is fantastic, Pam. Thank you so much for sharing all of that information. And I wanted to circle back to the video for a minute too. You mentioned in there that as a biologist, you hadn't considered working for a utility. So what would you say to science-minded kids as they think about their future career prospects?
I knew from the time that I was 5 years old that I loved the inner workings of animals and people. To know our parts and what they do for us is exciting for me. Maybe that's you. Maybe you have a passion for biology or another related science. And there are wonderful jobs out there that are in unlikely places like utilities. I provide a healthy habitat perspective along with this vital service of creating power. And I found my dream job in utilities, and I encourage kids out there to think about where they can fuel their passion. It could be in utilities.
That is so wonderful, Pam. Thank you so much for sharing that with us today. So while summer may be officially over, that doesn't mean that recreation has stopped. You can find recreation opportunities at our 4 popular parks all year long. In fact, we host more than 350,000 visitors every year. Maybe you're one of them. 3 of our parks are at the Cowlitz River Project in Lewis County, and our 4th park is at Nisqually, Alder Lake Park. So I'd like to bring Pam Heffley back to talk about activities at the parks and how people can get involved and visit our beautiful parks. So Pam, welcome back. It's great to see you. So Pam, what kind of activities can people enjoy at the parks?
People come for the water. Alder Lake is 7 miles long, and it feels great when it's hot outside. There are nooks and crannies to explore, so if you have a boat or kayak, you can go and discover those places. We offer 200 campsites at Alder Lake Park. While you're staying at the campground, you could boat or do things like water ski, there's swimming, picnicking. We plant Alder Lake with kokanee, so you can go fishing and see what the line brings up. There are also a few short hikes. You can also use our parks as a jumping ground to go to the national park or the other activities that are available in the area. Our parks are clean, friendly places to get out and enjoy the outdoors.
Fantastic. That sounds like a blast. So you mentioned there's 200 campsites at Alder Lake Park. How would somebody go about reserving one of those?
You can reserve online 9 months in advance. You can also call the number on your screen, which is 833-290-8180. When you're on your way to the campground, you'll know that your campsite is waiting for you.
Wonderful. Again, that sounds like so much fun. Thank you so much, Pam, for teaching us about recreation opportunities. We really appreciate your time, and thanks so much for being here today. Finally, we'd like to show you an exclusive look at some of our Nisqually habitat monitoring work. Ever heard of a gravelometer? If not, you're about to learn what it is and how it's used. And here to demonstrate that gravelometer and share information about our monitoring work is fish and habitat biologist Melora Shelton. Welcome, Melora. It's so great to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Hi. Why is habitat monitoring important?
We spend time every year down on the river looking at things like gravel bars and that major side channel between the La Grande powerhouse and the confluence with the Mashel River. We ask questions about how those features support salmon and steelhead, and we consider how much or how little change we've seen compared to previous years. This work helps us to understand how our operations, the dams and the water, affect habitat and how we can make improvements if that's needed. Also, the river is habitat for salmon and steelhead, but also for so many other aquatic organisms. We really want to support healthy habitat for all of them.
So what are some of the different methods that you use to monitor habitat?
Well, first, in order to monitor habitat, we have to get down to the river, which at this location means that we have to take the La Grande powerhouse tram all the way down. It's like a little baby gondola that we take to get down to the riverside. Then we have to load up all of our equipment into rafts and float downstream. And then we can stop at gravel bars and that side channel and other locations of interest as we go. It's a one-way ticket. Once we've launched those rafts, we're on the river until we pull out downstream. We monitor the size of gravel on the bars and see how suitable it is for salmon and steelhead to build their nests, which are called redds, when they return to the Nisqually River to spawn. We walk along each of those major bars and pick up about 100 rocks, and we use this tool right here, the gravelometer, to measure each rock. So we'll pass the rock through these different size class holes until we find one that it does not pass through. And then I would call out to my colleague, 32, not passing 32, and they'll record that in our field iPad. And then we'll also record information about the bar, like the length and the width, and we can take some photos and get other notes and upload all of that into the cloud, into a database, so that when we're back in our office, or right now, back in my house, we can use that information to calculate things like the average size of that gravel at each location and see how suitable it is for those fish. Recently, we've also been mapping habitat like pools and riffles in that major side channel by actually walking it in person and characterizing the whole thing and drawing it out and seeing what it looks like so that we can have a sense of how it functions for our fish. We've also been doing a lot of aerial imagery using drones the last couple of years, which is a great way to help for us to capture what that landscape looks like and then better understand how the reach functions as aquatic habitat and how that changes over time.
Wow, that is absolutely fascinating. So, you know, you've worked at other watersheds, and I'm just curious, in your opinion, kind of what differentiates the habitat at the Nisqually versus other watersheds that you've worked at?
So at TPU, I also work in the Cowlitz watershed and in the North Fork of the Skokomish. The Cowlitz is really big and the North Fork is really small, and the Nisqually feels just right. It's too big for us to walk the whole thing, but it's small enough that we really get to know the river on a fine scale, even though we're only there for sometimes maybe a few days in each season during the year. We get an opportunity to really observe what's happening in that river and how it changes over the time. Also, I have to say the Nisqually is such a beautiful river, and I'm so grateful that my work allows me to see parts of it that are generally not easy for people to access. When we're surveying for fish or for their redds, those nests that we talked about, we take a canoe upstream and we walk into the canyon reach that's between the La Grande Dam and the La Grande Powerhouse. And that landscape is so different than the main stem area downstream. It's a really narrow, deep canyon, and it has waterfalls and deep pools. We actually have to wear our river dry suits when we're in this reach because the canoe can only go a little ways up the reach. And then some of those pools are so deep that the only way we can get across them is to swim with our dry bags, with our equipment on our back. So it's just a really special place. On those Nisqually field days, I always find a moment where I can stop and reflect that the fact that I get to do this work is really pretty awesome.
Wow, that is I definitely agree, Melora. It sounds absolutely incredible. So thank you so much for sharing all that information and demonstrating the gravelometer for us today. That was super interesting. And so I just wanted to let everyone know, if you'd like to learn more about the work that Pam and Melora and the rest of Natural Resources does, that you can visit mytpu.org. Thank you so much, Melora.
Thank you so much, Monica.
Well, that wraps it up for us today. Once again, we are thrilled to sponsor today's event, and we are honored to be a part of the Nisqually River Basin. And we are fully committed to being excellent stewards of the beautiful natural resources with which we have been entrusted. So we are excited to celebrate the watershed with you today. Let's continue to celebrate it all year long, not just for one day. And we really appreciate you watching. Thank you so much, and have a great day. Enjoy the rest of the festival. Thanks so much to TPU staff for what you do and for sponsoring our event today. Next, we're going to continue our tour through the watershed, picking up with a drone flight in the Middle Nisqually Basin. In 2011, the Nisqually Land Trust purchased 240 acres along the Mashel River that protects 2.6 miles of shoreline. The Mashel is the largest tributary to the Nisqually and the most important tributary for anadromous fish. The primary objective for this site is to conserve high-quality in-stream and riparian habitats for salmon and trout species, particularly Chinook and steelhead. In addition, this project helps protect Eatonville's drinking water supply. A secondary objective for this site is to manage the upland forest to provide high-quality wildlife habitat. A big thanks to the Nisqually Land Trust for sharing this video, and to Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University for capturing this footage. Okay, let's talk restoration. There have been several restoration projects on the Mashel River. In 2004, the Pierce Conservation District sponsored the publication of the Mashel River Restoration Design. The report recommended floodplain reconnection, riparian restoration, and increased inputs of large woody debris. The South Puget Sound Salmon Enhancement Group began tackling this long list of projects in 2006 by installing 13 engineered log jams, or ELJs, in the Mashel River near Boxcar Canyon in Edenville. In 2012, the Nisqually Indian Tribe installed 21 more ELJs near Smallwood Park, followed by 9 more that were constructed by the Washington Department of Transportation. In the summer of 2017, the South Sound Group worked with the tribe, the Nisqually Land Trust, and the town of Eatonville to begin the final phase of the assessment. In 2018, 9 more ELJs were added to the lower Mashel. Additionally, the site underwent riparian restoration that winter. Nearly 5,000 native trees and shrubs were planted by watershed students organized by the Nisqually River Education Project and the Nisqually Indian Tribe's Native Plant Restoration Crew. This marks the culmination of millions of dollars of salmon recovery funding and 14 years of extremely hard work and dedication by the Nisqually restoration community. This is an incredible accomplishment that should be celebrated throughout the watershed. Here's a time-lapse video of the most recent restoration project put together by the Northwest Indian Fisheries Commission. I'm exhausted just watching that. That was a tremendous amount of work. Congratulations to everyone involved with the project. An organization we've mentioned several times today is the Nisqually Land Trust. Established in 1989, the Nisqually Land Trust acquires and manages critical lands to permanently benefit the water, wildlife, and people of the Nisqually River watershed. Since its establishment, the Lands Trust has helped to permanently protect over 7,500 acres of habitat for salmon. Watch this next video to learn more about what they do.
So, Adam, where are we today?
We are with the Nisqually Land Trust. So if you can see behind me here is the beautiful Nisqually River. We're out clearing some blackberry today. And that's what the volunteers are doing today, getting rid of invasive species and all around making for strong habitat for wildlife and for people to enjoy.
Nisqually Land Trust was founded in 1989. We are a federally recognized 501c3 nonprofit nature conservancy, and we are a local conservancy. We are the Nisqually Watershed. Our service area is every drop of water that falls into the Nisqually Watershed. That's what we're working on. And we are basically the habitat acquisition and restoration wing of the overall salmon recovery movement in the Nisqually. We have 5 species of native salmonids for salmon. 2 of those are federally listed as endangered species. Chinook salmon and steelhead trout. And our job really is to protect the best habitat we have, the freshwater habitat.
I was talking to a few people that are on the board, and really it's all for the salmon. And I thought that was pretty cool. They want to bring back land back to its natural habitat to help protect the salmon. We're right along the Nisqually River right here, and they just are protecting, Washington's, one of our greatest assets we have is our salmon.
But our 2 native salmonids that are listed under the Endangered Species Act we have maybe 400 spawning adults annually. It goes up and down, but on average. That means we're 1 or 2 bad years from losing those species. And we know if we can turn conditions around somehow in the marine areas, then those fish will come back in a big way. But we have to keep them viable. We can't afford to lose a single foot of habitat. We have to restore every foot we possibly can. And that's what we do.
As a child, a young adolescent, I started being involved or interested in the environment. I couldn't find anything locally to get involved with that would be impactful. And as I got older, I still would look for things, and there was national and international organizations that I could have affiliated with, but I didn't feel connected to them. And then in 1996, my wife and I moved to Yelm, and almost immediately we discovered this Nisqually Land Trust. And I'm like, this is perfect. This is exactly what we want.
It's just a really cool charity I really had no idea about before today. So this has been a lot of fun.
It's something we can do in our own backyard. We can see the effect. Our money is not going someplace else to some national bureaucracy or something. Every dollar that we spend and every hour that we contributed was an effect on our own community. There's 2 parts to the donation thing that I really like. The local donation. The local dollars can stay local. We can spend them any way that we want, put them in the areas that we need to get work done locally. And the other part of that is, again, it's that connection. That local donation makes you feel like you're a part of something.
I feel like as Washingtonians, we really appreciate the outdoors, from hiking to our trails to just the beauty that around us. And so you just appreciate it when you're out, and we want to protect it.
It's extremely important for people to have a connection to the planet they live on. And without getting too deep into that, it's just when people go outside, when they go into the woods, when they stop by the river and cool off, there's a connection made, there's a peace inside that you can't get anywhere else. You can watch all the TV that you want, any documentary. It doesn't feel the same as it does when you're relaxing down by the river.
If you would like to get involved with the Land Trust, they are still holding small, socially distanced work parties in Thurston County. Check out nisquallylandtrust.org for more information. Speaking of, they provided us with this next video as well. Let's take a nature break. This is streamside on the Mashel River. Our next segment is from a place we all know and love, Northwest Trek Wildlife Park. Here's a little background about the 720-acre facility in our own backyard of Eatonville, Washington. In 1971, Dr. David Doc and Connie Hellier donated the original land that became Northwest Trek Wildlife Park to Metro Parks Tacoma. After 4 years of diligent fundraising and planning, Northwest Trek officially opened its doors on July 17, 1975. Over the next 15 years, the park expanded its exhibits, debuting the snowy owl, cougar, bobcat, lynx, wolf, and bear exhibits. Since then, the park has continued to expand and has remained dedicated to conservation, education, and recreation by displaying, interpreting, and researching native Northwest wildlife and natural habitats. They are nationally accredited by the Association of Zoos and Aquariums, which ensures rigorously high standards of animal welfare, veterinary care, conservation, education, and more. Today, Jessica Moore, education curator for the park, is going to tell us all about their Northwest Wildlife Investigators program. And after that, she's going to show you how to make a stick snail from your own backyard.
Hello and welcome to Northwest Wildlife Investigators. This program is brought to you by Northwest Trek Wildlife Park as part of our online Wildlife Academy. So thank you so much for joining me today. This program will be about 30 minutes in length, and it is recommended for youth ages about 5 to 10, but of course everyone is welcome to watch and participate. If you do want to fully participate, I encourage you to get yourself a piece of paper and either a pen, a pencil, a marker, colored pencils, just something to draw with, because there will be a writing or a drawing component to this program. So as I said, I'm coming to you from Northwest Trek Wildlife Park, and my name is Jessica Moore. So for those of you who don't know, I'd like to show you quickly a little bit about Northwest Trek. So Northwest Trek is located in Eatonville, Washington. So we're a little over about an hour and a half south of Seattle, right down here in Eatonville. And we are actually a zoo. So if you're wondering, what is Northwest Trek? We are a zoo, but we are a little bit different than more traditional zoos than you may have experienced. And that's because we are a wildlife park. That means that when you come to our park, you see scenery like this. You might be walking out through the forest and come to an opening on a viewing deck and look out and see animals, just like you would in the wild. So we do have animals here in our care, but we try and keep everything as natural and all native as possible. And the animals that you will see here in our care are only native to the Pacific Northwest. And so you might be wondering, well, what kind of animals do you have at Northwest Trek? So we have over 35 different species or family groups of animals that live here, and over 200 individual animals. And we have things like large predators like grizzly bears and black bears. We have wolves, cougars, lynx, and bobcat. We have smaller animals like coyotes and wolverines, badgers, otters, skunks, beavers, and porcupines. We also have a variety of birds, including eagles, owls, and swans. And then all of our hoof stock, or our herbivores that live out in our free roaming area habitat. And those are animals like bison, bighorn sheep, and mountain goats, moose, Roosevelt elk, deer, and caribou. So these are all the animals that live here at Northwest Trek, or in our care. But today we're going to talk about something a little bit different than just the animals that are here in our care. We're going to talk today about being wildlife investigators. Now, hopefully all of you like investigating, because that's what we're going to do today. And hopefully you love to go out and explore nature. Now, if I could, I would have taken you all outside and done a nature walk with all of you in person. So we're going to do the next best thing today, and that is a virtual exploration of nature. So I went out on a walk and I looked in the habitat around me and found some clues, and I'm hoping that you will all be great investigators to help me discover what animal was living here. But before we can start looking at our clues, we need to get our tools. Now, hopefully you all have your Northwest Wildlife Investigator Toolkit with you. Did everybody bring that? You might be thinking, I didn't bring anything with me to watch this, and that's okay. You actually have your tools with you already. So to be a good investigator, you need a couple things. You need your eyes to be able to see and bring information into your brain. You need your ears to be able to hear and process the sounds around you that are telling you what's going on in the world around you. And the last thing that you need is right up here. And I don't mean your hair. Nope, you don't need hair on your head to be a good wildlife investigator. You need this brain that is inside your head. And your brain is going to help you process all the information. It's going to help you make sense of what you're seeing, what you're hearing, maybe what you're smelling or touching, and help you put all those things together to figure out the clues of the wild. Now, sometimes as a wildlife investigator, we may want to bring other things with us, and that's just fine too. I love to have a good toolkit when I go out investigating. Some things that I like to bring. First of all, I like to bring just some paper and pencil. I love to take notes about what I see in the wild because we can't always bring things back with us or pick them up. So just taking some great notes about what you see, what you hear, what you experience, those are all great. And if you're crafty, you might want to make yourself a nature journal. So I made just a simple one. All this is just a folder, and I printed out my cover. This is my nature journal. And then on the inside, I have space for nature notes, and on the other side for nature drawings. And I've just got some paper right inside my journal there. So I can always have that with me because it's a great idea to be able to take all those notes. Now, when we're out in nature, we love to touch things and we love to explore with all of our senses. And that's great, but we should keep in mind that we always want to be careful with nature. We never want to harm anything in our exploration. So if we are going to explore things, we need to be gentle and be very careful. Now, usually I would say we should never touch any wildlife. We always need to leave them alone. But I know as kids and as observers and explorers, sometimes we might pick up a frog, pick up a snake or a bug or a spider. And that's okay, as long as we're being very gentle and very respectful to that animal. And the way I like to explore these animals is to bring just a little Tupperware bowl. This is going to allow me to put the animal safely inside the container, make some observations, maybe write some things down, and then gently release that animal back out into its habitat. So we just always have to be very respectful of the animal. And we may want to collect some things and bring them home with us. Not living things, of course. We always leave living things out in the wild. But it's always a good idea just to bring a bag with you. Bring something to put your leaves or your rocks or your sticks or your feathers or flowers or whatever you found, to put them in that bag and go ahead and bring them home with you. Now, there's one last tool that I like to bring because sometimes we can't physically touch things and we want to record our observations. So it's a great idea to bring a camera with you. Now, you might have a cell phone or a digital camera or maybe a really nice fancy regular film SLR camera. That's all great ways to just capture what's going on around you. I personally love the old school digital or a Polaroid camera, far from digital. So the Polaroid camera is going to allow me to take a picture, and the picture is going to come right out the front right here, and I'm going to have that to tuck right in my nature journal. So if you have an old Polaroid, maybe one of the new Instamax cameras that print your pictures right then, that's great to bring along too. So we have all our tools. We're ready to go out on our nature observation. So as I said, I went out and did this observation and this nature exploration on my own because I couldn't bring all of you with me. But what I did do is bring back some clues. So hopefully you're all ready to help me be a good wildlife investigator. So as I said, I went out on a walk in a habitat just like what you see here. It's a beautiful forest, and it was along the edge of an open meadow. And as I was walking, I saw something on the ground. Now, I want you to think about what this item is that I'm about to show you, and really think about what it is, not necessarily what you think it has come from. So I'm going to show you an item, and you get your thinking skills on and see if you can tell what it is. So this is the first thing that I found. Got a nice, good look at this. It's quite large. You can see it's, compared to my head, it's a pretty big object. Has lots of beautiful colors on it. It's very soft, a little fluffiness right down here. So I want you to think for a minute. What is this thing? Don't think about what it came from. What is this thing that we're looking at? Now, I bet you're all thinking, it's a feather. And you're right, it is a feather. Based on the information in my brain, I know that I've seen something like this before, and this is a feather. So let's think about, why would an animal need a feather? There's a few different reasons why an animal might need a feather. One might be how it gets around. So we may have seen feathers on wings of animals, and those wings help them to fly. So feathers can be used for locomotion or ways to get around. Now, if we look closely down at the bottom here, see all this fluffy, fluffy stuff? I think another thing that an animal might have a feather for is to keep warm with all of this nice, soft, fluffy feathers that would be really close to the animal's body. And then the last thing I'm thinking about with this feather, or why an animal would have it, has to do with the color. Now, if you look carefully at the color and watch it kind of disappear into the woods, why do you think the animal would have feathers with this color on it? If you're thinking to camouflage, then you're thinking on the right track. So our animal might use feathers to fly, it might use feathers to keep warm, and it might use feathers to hide or camouflage or protect itself. So now I want you to get out your paper and pencil, because as a good detective, we're going to kind of piece all this together. As an investigator, we've got to make sense of what's going on. So what I'd like to do is start drawing the animal that we think we're looking for. Now, I am not a great artist, and it's okay if you're not either. We're just going to have fun with this. I'm going to draw my animal as if I was looking straight forward at it. And I know, in my head, I know that feathers oftentimes go on wings. And so that's what I'm going to start with. I'm going to draw a couple of wings and feathers. And you can put in as many or as few feathers as you want. I've got 5 feathers, but just so that it's a representation for me to know, hey, remember this animal had feathers. But also there's a couple other things to remember. Remember, it had soft feathers right next to where the body would be to maybe help keep it warm. And let's not forget the beautiful coloring, that pattern that was on that feather. Maybe some speckles put in there, because we want to remember that our animal might be using camouflage. So here's our start to putting together the animal that I was following out in the woods. So now the next clue that I found, I continued to walk around in the woodland habitat, and as I was walking, I came across a big tree. And at the bottom of that tree, I found something. In fact, I found a lot of something all over the ground. There are a whole bunch of these things all over the ground, and they're kind of tiny. So I am going to do my best to show you kind of up close here what these are. So again, I found these all over the ground. And if you notice, they are thin, kind of long, and they are very, very pointy at the top. And if you were to be able to feel these, you would notice that they feel kind of plasticky, almost like little straws. But they are brown on the top and white on the bottom. So again, don't think necessarily about what animal this might have come from, but think, what is this thing? Now, I'm looking at these things, and I think that they're quills. And I'm thinking that an animal would use quills for only one reason. Why do you think an animal would use quills? I'm guessing it's for protection, so defense. These are very sharp. If I were to stick my finger hard down on that, this probably would stick right in my finger because they are very sharp and very pointy. So whatever animal we were following has quills that I bet they use for defense. So let's get our drawing back out. And I'm gonna draw just kind of a body on my animal. Just kind of make a little round body here at the bottom. And from what I know about feathers, I have never seen quills on feathers before. So I'm going to draw the quills on my body of my animal. And I don't really know kind of what the body shape is. I'm just making a guess here about what that body shape would look like. And your body shape can be whatever you want it to be. This is just what I'm putting on mine. And I'm going to put those quills on there. But what's interesting is when we think about an animal that has some form of self-defense, they may not necessarily use camouflage, but we have camouflage on these feathers and we have quills here as well. So this is interesting that our animal may fly, it may camouflage, and it may also protect itself with quills. Now, as I continued to walk along in the forest, I came across a little creek, little river. And there was a lot of soft sand and material around on the shore. Now, I can't bring you the next item I saw, but I did have my camera with me and I took a picture. So let's take a look at this picture that I got. Now, what do you think this thing is? Now, there were a whole bunch of them all over the ground. And for size, to tell you, it was kind of about the size of the side of my hand here. Not the fat side, but the smaller side. So it wasn't very big. There were a whole bunch of them all over the ground. And there was no other sign of another animal, another person around. Just a whole bunch of these things on the ground. Now, hopefully by now you've guessed what this thing is. And if you guessed that it's a track or an animal print, you're correct, as that is the print of an animal foot down in the soft sand. Now, there's a few interesting things to look at with this. First of all, notice there's 1, 2, 3, 4 toes on this animal, and then kind of a center, what we would call the foot pad right here. But there's something else. If you look closely, what's sticking out on the end of those toes? Any guesses? Right here, I can see claw marks. So this is telling me that our animal has been walking around on probably more than 1 foot, at least 2 feet, maybe 4 feet. It has 4 toes and claws. So let's draw that on our animal. I'm gonna go ahead and draw in 2 legs. Now again, our animal might have 4 legs, I'm not sure, but I just wanna make a little note here so I remember in my brain that it has feet with 4 toes. I think toes are really hard to draw. Okay, 4 toes, and then let's make sure we put in those claws. And the claws are long enough to stick out and make marks in the sand. And also, not only are they long enough to stick out and make marks in the sand, but looking at this track here, it's telling me that this animal does not have retractable claws. There are some animals out in the world that can pull their claws into their paws, and other animals can't. So that's gonna help me narrow it down just a little bit, that this is an animal that can't retract its claws. Now I have one more clue for you to look at. This was also there on that little creek bank, and this one was really interesting. What I found was a tree stump. And on the ground underneath that tree stump were little tiny pieces of wood, like little wood shavings that were almost cut in little rectangular pieces. And I actually could see the tree that had fallen down on the ground just right next to this stump. And when I looked at it, it doesn't look like something that a human cut down with an axe or a saw. It doesn't look like how a tree would fall down if the wind were to blow and blow it over. But if you look really closely, you can get really close up to your screen and look, you'll see little rectangular shapes on the wood here that almost look like little chisel marks. And I'm thinking to myself, what could this be? It doesn't look like claw marks. It doesn't look like an animal came and just pushed it over and broke the tree off. But what it looks like is kind of like when I bite into an apple and there are 2 scrape marks in my apple. So I'm thinking that maybe an animal's teeth did this. And the teeth are gonna have to be kind of like ours. You can see we have 2 kind of bigger rectangular shapes right in the front. But I know I couldn't chew on a tree. So I'm thinking they've gotta be even bigger than our teeth. So let's go ahead and draw in some teeth on our animal. Now I'm gonna draw a head on my animal. Right there. Okay, we've got a head. And I wanna make sure that I remember that it had big, what I'm gonna call bucked teeth. Big buck teeth, just like that. Now, those buck teeth are gonna be great for chewing down a tree. And this is the last of the clues that I had. So let's just take a minute to fill in the rest of our animal. We don't know exactly what it looks like, but that's okay. Let's go ahead and put in some eyes. And maybe you wanna draw a little nose on your animal. Okay, I'm gonna draw some ears. Maybe just some little round ears like that. A little in the middle of the ears. Just so that I can kind of fill in and get a little bit better picture. That was the last of our clue. So we should have solved our mystery at this point. Now, take a look at your animal. Does it look like anything that you've seen before? You know, when I look at my animal, I don't think I've seen anything like this before. So I think maybe we discovered a whole brand new animal living here at Northwest Trek that has wings and quills and 4 toes on its feet with claws, and it's got some buck teeth. And this is amazing because we made a brand new discovery. Do you think I'm right? Maybe not? You know, when I really think about it and put this all together in my head and try and get it to make sense, I think maybe we made a mistake. I don't think there's an animal in the woods here at Northwest Trek that has feathers and quills and toes with claws and buck teeth. I think we maybe made a little bit of a mistake in how we put all these together. So what do you think? Do you think that there was an animal that we were following that had 4 different clues that it left us? Or do you think we found clues from 4 different animals here around the park? If you guessed that you thought we had clues from 4 different animals, I think you're right. I think that's what's happened here, that we have been following 4 different animals around this habitat. So let's go back and think about that a minute. So we found a feather. A feather, as we learned, can help animals with flying, can help animals with staying warm with these very soft little downy feathers here, and can help animals blend in or camouflage. And if we look carefully at this feather, I can also tell you that it is an owl feather, and I can see that along this edge, the feather is kind of jagged. It's not straight up here at the top. And that's going to tell me that this is an owl feather. So if you want to take a guess, what owl is this from? If you guessed barn owl, then you're correct. This is a feather from a barn owl, and barn owls are found in barns, just like their name says. These animals are excellent hunters at night. They could camouflage if they needed, but since they're hiding most of the day and only out flying at night, the camouflage isn't that critical for them. But they are going to use these nice soft downy feathers to keep themselves warm, and absolutely use these feathers for flight, to fly around, to find their food. And one of the most amazing things about these owls, and the reason that they're my favorite owl, is that barn owls have some of the best sense of hearing of all the owls out there. They do hunt at night, sometimes in almost complete darkness, and they can find their food just based on the sound that they can hear from the animal. So for our next clue, we have another animal that we found, and that other animal was, or that other item was the quill. And so looking at these quills are very sharp and pointy. And if you guessed that the quill is from the porcupine, then you are correct. Now these quills are used primarily for defense. And the animal, the porcupine, is going to have these on its body, all over its body actually, to help protect it from predators. Now these are a modified hair, which means that they will actually just kind of fall out of the body of the animal, just like our hair would. And that's why we can see them all around the ground, nearby where the animal is. Now our next clue that we found was the track. And as I mentioned, it's only about this big, about the size of my hand. And these tracks were found kind of in the wetland forest area. And if you're familiar with your pet or your dog, you may know that this track looks like a dog track. And that's because it's from a coyote. Coyotes are found here in the Pacific Northwest and actually all over the country. They're very adaptable. They're very good at finding their way around into all sorts of habitats, making meals out of pretty much everything that they find, and they're very versatile. We do have a lot of them here in the Pacific Northwest, so there's probably a good chance that you have seen a coyote out in the wild. And then the last one, the last clue that we had was this one right here. Remember, this was that set of teeth that were chewing on the wood. And there's only one animal I know that does something like this. Do you know what that animal is? If you guessed the beaver, you're right. So our beavers that live here in the Pacific Northwest are engineers of wetlands. They're going to use those sharp front teeth to cut down trees, eat bark off the trees. They don't eat the whole tree, but they're going to eat the bark off of the trees. And then they're going to use those trees to make beaver dams, which are going to block up water and create wetlands. And then they're also going to use those trees to make their beaver lodge, which is where they live. So we had a lot of great clues, saw a lot of really fun and interesting animal pictures and animal clues. But right now, I would love to share with you one of our Northwest Trek animals. So I'm going to share my screen with you, and you're going to hear from one of our keepers, Wendy, and she's going to tell you a little bit about one of the animals that lives here and calls their home Northwest Trek. So let me go ahead and share my screen, and you'll get a chance to see one of our animals.
Well, hi guys, my name is Wendy. I'm one of the zookeepers here at Northwest Trek, and I am standing inside the porcupine exhibit. And I cannot wait to introduce you to our porcupine, whose name is Thistle. So we're gonna pan over to him so you can get a good close look at him. I'm standing about a foot away from him, and I'm hand feeding his breakfast, which is kind of a variety today. He's got some leaf eater chow, which is what I just gave him, and he also has some rodent chow and some fruits and vegetables. And so that's what he eats here at the park, in addition to the bark of a tree. And so his body has some really cool adaptations that allow him to be an amazing tree climber and an amazing bark eater. I think the first coolest thing about him are his teeth. So I'm going to kind of zoom in a little bit and see if we can take a look. While he's snacking on that rodent chow there, it may not be terribly visible, but the next piece I'm going to give him, we're going to take a look at those teeth, and we're going to see how wonderfully sharp and colorful they are. So as I was giving that little snack, you should have seen kind of some bright orange. And a lot of folks, when they first see that, they worry that he's not brushing his teeth very well. But actually, that orange part is incredibly important for an animal that eats very hard food. That hard bark of a tree is difficult to chew, and so that orange part is actually kind of like armor. It keeps his teeth protected and helps keep them from being worn down too quickly by chewing on the bark. Although those teeth are incredibly cool in that they also are ever growing. So those teeth keep on growing and keep on getting sharper every time he chews. And so they're essential for chewing on that bark. So in addition to those teeth, he has some really neat little claws on the front feet you can see there as well. Those front claws are like little grappling hooks, and they're really helpful for him to be able to climb a tree. And so just then, he heard something. He heard a little bit of banging in nearby. There's some construction going on here at the park. And he was a little bit cautious about that. And that's actually really cool that he still has all those wild instincts on being careful around strange sounds. And so I bet you he'll come back. So we're going to just hang out a little bit and we'll talk a little bit more about his cool body parts. So as he's kind of cruising around there, we talked a little bit about those grappling hook feet. Those are excellent for climbing a tree. And his favorite thing to do would be to climb to the very top of a tree and chew on the really pitchy, sticky bark there at the top of the tree. And so he's got excellent ability to climb. And also, in addition to his teeth and his hook-like feet, he has some very small eyes. If you look at him, he doesn't look like he has very good vision, and he doesn't really need fancy vision in order to find a tree. He would be just fine finding it, probably using his sense of smell above all. And so he does have kind of a big nose there and has a great sense of smell. And so he doesn't need fancy eyesight. He does probably need a pretty good sense of smell. But let's keep touring his body. And so as he kind of walked away there, he wasn't really all that fast. But being a porcupine, he doesn't really need a great amount of speed to be able to catch a tree. Trees hold still pretty well. And so doesn't need to have super long legs, doesn't need to have a ton of speed. Here he comes back. He's like, okay, I'm good. And so looking at those legs, they're kind of short, good for climbing, and not really for much more as he walks back and forth. But the one thing that I haven't talked about that is probably the first thing that you think about when you think about a porcupine are the quills. And as he was walking past, you got a good view of those quills on the lower part of his body. So he does have quills covering every portion of his body except his nose and his belly. And what you're seeing, kind of the long, kind of white-tipped hairs. Oh, just check out the back there. He's really showing you off those quills. Those white-tipped hairs are just guard hair. They're kind of his way of looking scary and kind of letting other animals know that he's trouble. They're not actually quite very sharp at all. And as we go in, you can kind of see past those white-tipped hairs, there's kind of some dark gray fur. That part is the part that keeps him warm. He would be active even in snowy areas of northern Canada and the US. And underneath all that, those kind of stiffer, thicker white ones, especially there at the back, he showed those so nicely. So those are the quills, and they're very much the texture of kind of a cross between a toothpick and a straw, and they are covered with thousands of little barbs. And so they're a great way for him to stay safe. And you may have heard about porcupines shooting their quills. They definitely do not. You need to touch a porcupine in order to get stuck. And so it's a very easily avoided problem. Just make sure you don't touch any wild animals, particularly porcupines. And so we're going to wrap up with our visit with Thistle. I hope you enjoyed visiting with him, and I'm sure he enjoyed visiting with you. And so next time you hear about a porcupine shooting its quills, hopefully you can share with folks that that's not the case. And most of the time, the porcupines are up in a tree chewing on the bark. Thanks so much, guys. Bye-bye.
All right, so hopefully you enjoyed learning a little bit about Thistle and thinking about some of those things that we were going over earlier today. Things like, how does Thistle move around? So he walks around and he climbs, as Wendy said, with those kind of grappling hook-like claws. So he's designed to walk kind of slowly, but be a great climber. Now he's got that fur on his body to help him survive in colder temperatures and stay warm. And then also, he doesn't need to worry about camouflage and really blending into his habitat around him, because he is covered in all of those amazing quills that are going to protect him from predators in the wild. So he has a lot of great things that are going to help him survive. And for us as wildlife investigators, we can now go out into the world around us, look around, make observations about things that we see all around us, and use our tools, our brains, to help us make sense of what's going on with the animals and the habitats. And as good stewards of the land, as good stewards of our watershed, it's our job to make sure that the habitats are protected so that there's places for all of these animals to live. They have all these wonderful characteristics that allow them to live in these habitats, to move around, to protect themselves, to find and eat food. But without our habitats, these animals can't survive. So we can all do our part to protect the habitats, to keep our watershed and our forests and our grasslands clean, to remove garbage or pollution or other things that might be kind of hurting some of these habitats around us. And you're also doing a really important thing in protecting habitats for wildlife by learning all about the world around you. So keep up the good job, keep up the good work, being good learners, good wildlife investigators, and good stewards of our land. So I hope you had a lot of fun with me today. If you want to learn a little bit more about Northwest Trek, about the animals around us, or maybe have a little bit of fun, I encourage you to go to our Nature at Home page. So you can go to the nwtrek.org Nature at Home or the nwtrek.org Learning page. And we have all sorts of fun scavenger hunts, bingo games, arts and crafts. And we also have a lot of opportunities to do more programs like this with our online Wildlife Academy. So I hope you had a great time with me today. I know I always enjoy talking about our watershed, our wildlife, and ways that we can be great wildlife investigators and great stewards of the land. So thank you so much for joining me, and have a great rest of your day. Hi everybody, my name is Jessica and I am the Education Curator here at Northwest Trek Wildlife Park. And I am here to show you how to do a super fun, super fast stick snail. This is an easy little craft. Kids of all ages can do this. Really simple supplies. All we need is a paper bag, It's going to just be any old paper bag. You're going to need to find yourself a stick that's going to have the forked top to make your your snail tentacles. You're going to need some scissors and some markers and either glue or tape, or I even have just some paper clips here. I also have some tape, and I want to show you we're making a snail craft today, and I have a snail tape dispenser. So those are the simple supplies that we're going to need. You're going to start with your paper bag, and you're going to actually cut the bottom off of it so that you have one flat sheet of paper bag. Once you've cut that off, then we're going to go ahead and crumple it up just to give it a little bit of texture. We're going to uncrumple it. And then we're going to start to fold it. And depending on how fat you want your snail shell to be, so I'm making mine about 1 inch wide, we're just going to start folding it. And you don't have to really fold it really tight. Notice I'm not creasing it down on the table. Just going to fold it. And now I'm going to put it down on the table so it's not in front of my face. But we're just going to keep folding it over and over and over until it's all covered up. So now is the chance where if you want to color your shell, go ahead and you can get paint, markers, whatever you want. Maybe you want to put a little bit of color on. So see, I just have this all flat like this. And then I'm just going to put on a little bit of color on my shell. Doesn't have to be anything fancy, or it can be super fancy if you want, but I'm just going to go fast so that you can see a little bit of what I'm talking about here. I'm going to put a little bit of color. And so I just have a little bit of color on my shell. And now we're going to start to roll it up. So we don't want to roll it super, super loose, but not so tight that our shell is too tiny. So just go ahead and start rolling. You might want to roll it a little bit tight at the beginning just to start that shell, and then you can get a little bit more loose. And if you need to kind of flatten or rearrange your paper along the way, go ahead and do that just to kind of keep it in that shell shape. Now it might want to kind of flatten out and you want a round shell. So just squish it up, just kind of start to make it that roll instead of that flat crease. And then we're just going to roll it, keep rolling it right up. Roll it all the way up. And you can see if you have a bigger piece of paper, you can have a bigger snail shell. Now you can either glue your snail shell here. I'm going to put some tape on mine using my super fun snail tape dispenser. Just put a little bit of tape on the bottom of it just to hold it in place. And if you need to hold the edges in place, maybe if you glued it, you can just use a paper clip and slip it on there to hold that in place while the glue dries, if that's what you've done, what you've decided to do. So here we have our snail shell. And now if you want to color the outsides of your snail shell, you can either paint or use marker. I'm going to put a little bit of marker, have a little bit of a purple on the inside of my shell, a little bit of blue because blue is my favorite color, a little bit of blue on this side. Again, paint, marker. If you're going to do the outside of your shell, the paint does a little bit better job to kind of get in all those little crevices. But then remember, it's going to take a little bit longer to dry too. So if you have not wound your shell too tight, you could also use a stapler to hold it in place if you don't want to use the tape, the glue, or the paper clips. So you've got lots of options to hold your shell in place. So once you have it all colored and your shell is ready to go, now you're going to give your snail its home. So I have a stick here, and you want to find a stick that has a Y-shaped or kind of the two prongs at the end, because that's going to be your snail tentacles. And if you find one that's slightly curved up, even better, because that's going to look even more like a little snail kind of investigating its world. So now all you have to do is attach your shell to your stick And I'm just going to do that again with tape. You could do it with glue, with hot glue, whatever you have available. But I'm just going to put a little bit of tape right on the bottom of my snail shell. And then I have my little happy snail in its shell. Now this little snail can go out and explore the world around him. Another one, a little bit more paper, a little bit bigger bag, give you a little bit bigger shell, or we've got a little snail shell here too. So lots of good fun with our snail craft and our snail friends. I hope you enjoyed doing this craft, and you can go ahead and make yourself a whole little family of snails that can go play here in the Pacific Northwest. If you want to learn more crafts, I encourage you to check out our website at nwtrek.org. You can go to our learning section. We have more crafts. We have scavenger hunts, bingo games, and even science experiments for you to enjoy. So thank you so much for joining me, and I hope you have a great day.
Thanks, Jessica. That was super fun. Since we're in Eatonville, let's stop in the lower Ohop Valley and check out another salmon habitat restoration project. Led by the South Puget Sound Salmon Enhancement Group and the Nisqually Tribe on land owned by the Land Trust, a consortium of Nisqually partners recently completed the first stage of the creek's restoration, turning 1.8 miles of ditch in the lower Ohop Valley back into 2.4 miles of meandering, salmon-friendly stream. The tribe's restoration crew led the planting of nearly 150,000 native trees and shrubs. One result has been not only an increase in salmon usage, but also an explosion of wildlife throughout the lower valley, including a dramatic increase in the local elk herd population and the first resident black bear in more than half a century. Here are a couple videos about the Ohop Valley. The first is a drone flight of the overall project. Again, thanks to the Nisqually Land Trust and Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University for sharing this footage with us. Afterwards, we'll take a walk through the Ohop Valley with the Land Trust to see how the landscape has changed since the restoration project.
Hi everyone, I'm Sarah. the AmeriCorps member, out in the field with the Nisqually Land Trust today. We're in the lower Ohop protected area taking pictures at our photo points. Photo points are places where you go year after year and take the same photos at the same perspectives to see changes in plant growth and in where the rivers are running. It's a really cool, simple way to track changes over time. So right now I'm at photo point number 24. Here's the view from photo point 24 in the lower Ohop. This is a side ditch that I'm standing by. Highway 7 is running over there. You can see that truck go by. So orient yourselves. So one cool thing about photo point number 24 in the lower Ohop is these planted shrubs here weren't here when the photo points were taken last in 2017. They're blocking the view to the south there. I think that's pretty awesome that these photo points allow us to see the growth of our plantings and the success of our plantings over time. So when you're bushwhacking around on land trust property, you can't always trust that you know where the ground is. I just fell through 2 little holes that I thought were solid, but were not. Fell into the ditch, into the creek. That's okay. Trying to find a way around the wetland here. That's my current challenge. I just spent about 10 minutes post-holing through a wetland trying to find solid ground. I found this elk trail. It's a lot better. My boots are full of water and mud. It's all part of the fun. This little grove of willows and dogwoods was probably planted by NLT staff and volunteers years ago. I wasn't here, so I can't confirm or deny, but I suspect a lot of these were live sticks a few years ago. Check out this beautiful little patch of Pacific bleeding heart and horsetail mixed in there. I made it to photo point 13. Here it is. I'm standing at the edge of the channel. You can see the water there. But took a step forward and sunk knee deep, so I'm not getting any closer. It is pretty cool. The picture from the last time we took the photo points, you can see clear to the north. You can see the channel and a little island in the channel in that picture, and here it's just grass. There's a little snowberry island over there. I can't get to it. So the hardest part of getting up this hill was getting to the hill. I kept hitting water. And then once I got to the hill, found a nice elk trail. They got me up here pretty quick. View's nice, except for the scotch broom. So I made it to my last photo point of the day, photo point 39, up on the hill in the Ohop. Got this awesome view of the valley. Pretty cool. You can see the creek meandering down there where it was re-meandered to. Good day in the Ohop.
It's going to be so exciting to see how the valley continues to change over time. As I mentioned before, over 150,000 trees have been planted in the lower Ohop Valley since the project began in 2009. That takes a lot of time, and we could always use more hands helping us put trees into the ground. That's where you come in. We're looking for folks to help plant trees next to the Nisqually River. And you don't have to be a tree planting professional. In fact, Sheila Wilson, director of the Nisqually River Education Project, is here to show us all the correct ways to plant a tree. Take it away, Sheila.
Hi, my name's Maya and I'm an AmeriCorps volunteer with the Nisqually River Education Project. Today we're going to show you how to plant a tree. Normally we partner with the Nisqually Land Trust and the Nisqually Indian Tribe to do these field trips with students in the fall where they come out and plant trees on the Nisqually River. This year obviously we're unable to do that, so we're hoping you will bring your family out and help us plant all these trees. We plant native trees and shrubs near the Nisqually River and its tributaries to create a healthy riparian zone. Having a healthy riparian zone benefits a lot of different living things, but especially salmon. There are 5 major services that trees provide to salmon. Take a deep breath in and out. We breathe in oxygen and out carbon dioxide, and trees do the opposite, so they create oxygen and intake carbon dioxide. That benefits us and salmon. Trees also stabilize the riverbank, which prevents erosion, reducing the turbidity of the water. Trees also provide large woody debris, which creates deep, slow-moving pools in the river where salmon like to rest, feed, and hide from predators. Trees provide habitat for insects which fall into the water and are eaten by juvenile salmon. Trees also provide shade, which helps keep the water cool. And cold water means more oxygen for the salmon. Let's plant this tree. The first thing I'm going to do is clear a spot for the tree to be planted. I'm going to use my shovel to scrape the grass off the surface. Next, I'm going to dig the hole. I want the hole to be 3 times as wide as this pot and the same depth as this pot. want it 3 times as wide because we want the roots to have room to grow without getting choked out by the grass roots. Now my tree is ready to plant. I'm going to remove it from the pot by putting it on its side and giving it some gentle squishes on all sides, kind of like you're giving it CPR. Once it's loosened, I'm going to turn it upside down, hold it from the stem, and remove the pot. This dirt is pretty loose, but I'm still going to tickle the bottom of the roots a little bit to free them up. Once the roots are loosened, I'm going to put it in the hole. The top of the dirt around the tree is about level with the top of the ground, so that's a good height. Now I'm going to fill it back in with dirt, not grass roots and not rocks. Alright, now that our tree is planted, the last thing we need to do is dance with it. So I'm going to grab the tree like this and go around with my feet and make sure the soil is really compacted all around it. And we're all done. Our tree is happy and planted. Alright, now that we've shown you how to plant a tree, we have over 4,000 trees we need to put in the ground this year. If I were to do that alone, it would take me over 600 hours, or about 3.5 months of work. So please sign up and come help us plant trees. You can use this QR code to sign up for tree planting dates. And don't worry, we have lots of COVID safety protocols in place. So come on out.
It was a clear and bright September day. There was a chill in the air, and I was wondering if you still love me, or if I even cared. We were standing out on the back porch, 2 hearts tangled in another fight, when a flock of...
All right, we're really cruising now. Want to see the Nisqually River from above? We thought you would. Here's some more drone footage from Embry-Riddle. Sweet, that's great, Justin. As we continue to make our way toward the Puget Sound, we're going to stop and visit some of our favorite critters along the way. Stream bugs. Yes, these aquatic macroinvertebrates live in creeks and rivers all over the world, including our very own Nisqually River. But did you know that these tiny creatures can help predict water quality on any river system? Certain stream bugs are mega picky and will only live in super clean cold water. So if you find certain mayflies or caddisflies in your local stream, it could mean it's a really good place to live. But don't let me spoil all the fun. I'll let Davy Clark, Education Coordinator at the Billy Frank Jr. Nisqually National Wildlife Refuge, tell you all about them.
Hi there, my name is Davey, and I work here at Billy Frank Jr. Nisqually National Wildlife Refuge. The habitat behind me is called a wetland. This is also a wetland. And this, and this, and this. Yep, these are all wetlands. Did you notice anything that they have in common? Let's look at them again and see what you notice is the same between all the pictures. You guessed it, they've got land and they're wet. That's what makes them a wetland. Wetlands are home to so many different kinds of animals. Some of them live up in the trees, some swim on the surface of the water, and some live under the water. Today, we are going to take a look at some of the amazing creatures that live underwater in the wetlands. Do you have any guesses as to what we might see? Let's jump in and find out. Whoa, that was a lot of creatures. Were there any you had never seen before? Which one was your favorite? Well, my time here is almost done, but before I leave, check out this video of all the creatures from the wetlands swimming in our tank and see how many you can remember.
Thanks, Davey, for teaching us all about these cool critters and why they're so important for salmon. Speaking of salmon, one of the many fan favorites at the Nisqually Watershed Festival is salmon print t-shirts. It's for that reason we decided to show you how you can make your own print on a t-shirt, with or without a real salmon. Show us how it's done, Sheila.
Hi, I'm Maya Navipur. Welcome to the virtual 2020 Nisqually Watershed Festival. Every year at the festival, we do salmon printing, which is a fun way to honor the return of the salmon to the Nisqually River every fall. Today we have our volunteer Linda, who's going to show you how to do the salmon print and how to take care of it.
Hi, I'm Linda. I'm a volunteer at the Nisqually Wildlife Refuge Complex. And the first thing I want to say is some of the supplies you're going to need. You need a clean t-shirt, and if it's new, wash it, or a mask in this day and age, or a tea towel, or an apron, anything that's cotton. Also, you need clothes that you don't mind getting paint on. I use these every year. Gloves, not mittens. You need the fish. That should have been on the top. That's the most important. And we need paint. It's a special acrylic paint that's good on clothing. Paintbrushes, don't use finger paint. Newspaper, paper bowls, paper towels, or wet wipes, and a rinse container, trash container, and you need something to hang it until it dries. Okay, so let's get started. Here is our salmon, and make sure the paint is a little thinner than what it comes out. Here is one that is quite thick, so I'm going to drop a little bit of water in there. Oops, maybe not that much. And I'm going to move it all around, mix it all up nicely. So then we're going to have a paint that's a lot less thick, or not as thick. For example, here are some that I already did. Now I'm going to paint. Usually I tell the children or the adults, because sometimes there's lots of adults, don't forget the fins, the gills, the eye, and the mouth. They're sharp teeth. Okay, so here we go. My colors. I think I'm going to do a little bit. Another thing, you don't want it too thick, because I suggest that you want some of the scales to show. It really makes a difference. And here we go. Everyone happy? I hope you don't have any questions. If you do, once Nisqually opens, you can come in and ask me. I'll be there on Thursdays. Yep, just waiting for my t-shirt. Okay, how's that? If you're doing this outside and the sun is hitting it, you might want to spray it just a little bit so it doesn't dry out. Okay, Maya, you ready? Oops. The first thing we're going to do is I'm going to pick this baby up, and Maya's going to put a fresh piece of newspaper down so that when we do this and put the print on it, we won't have any ugly prints. it's there. And the thing we do is we do not rub. We tap. Maya, you want to do that on your end? One, two, three. Wait a minute. Good thing we have masks on. There. Look at that. Isn't that great? Yay! Now for the care. You want to set the fish print, and that's important. I did not do that with my first one, so I went to the gym the next day on a Sunday, and I was very happy. I wore my t-shirt without doing all the things you need to do, and of course you start sweating, and that gets the smell activated. So don't do that. Make sure you do what you have to do first. Make sure your iron gets to the highest temperature, and then you're going to place aluminum foil on an ironing board, and you're going to iron it slowly. Keep it about 15 seconds to 25 seconds in one place, and then move it. All right, and that will set it. When it's time to wash the t-shirt or the tea towel, you're going to turn it inside out. I can't turn this inside out. And you're going to wash it in warm or cold water. Don't use bleach and don't use whiteners. Remove it immediately. And there's a reason for that. Dry it on lower air. Don't dry it wet or air dry it. That's what happened when I did not follow the washing instructions. So be careful. Thank you.
We want to thank the Nisqually tribe for providing this fish. This came from the Clear Creek hatchery, and it was used to spawn to make the next generation of salmon. And once we clean all the paint off, it will go back into the river to feed all of the animals that eat the salmon carcasses when they're done spawning.
Thanks, Sheila. So what do you all think? Time for another nature break? Let's get ready to relax. Ah, what a beautiful place the Nisqually Watershed is. It's just so lovely. So another festival favorite is storytelling in the Red Salmon Tent. While we can't bring you the Red Salmon Tent this year, we do have 2 children's stories from the Timberland Regional Library.
Hi, it's Elizabeth, your friendly neighborhood librarian from the Yelm Timberland Library. And today I have a great story to share with you. It's called The 3 Bears of the Pacific Northwest, written by Richard and Marcia Vaughn and illustrated by Jeremiah Trammell. High in the Cascade Mountains, Black Bear was about to cross the road to his favorite berry patch when an RV came cruising around the corner. Suddenly, something tumbled out an open window and bounced across the road. Thump, thump, thump. Ow! Said a little blue teddy bear, rubbing his furry head. Are you all right? Asked Black Bear. What happened? My boy fell asleep and I slipped out of his arms. I have to find him. I'm his favorite toy. He can't sleep without me. Hop on my back, said Black Bear. I'll help you search. As they lumbered along, Blue Bear looked at the alpine meadows spotted with wildflowers and the rocky ravines where the last traces of snow hid in the shadows. Where are we? He asked. On the mountain where I live, Black Bear answered. Here's my favorite berry patch. Let's stop for a snack. Yum, said Blue Bear. These purple berries are good. After eating their fill, the 2 bears moved on. As they traveled, Blue Bear saw things he'd never seen before. What's that buzzy thing on a branch? That's a beehive where I get honey, Black Bear replied. What's that hairy thing with the horns? That's an elk with antlers. What's that black and white striped thing? Said Blue Bear. Can I pet it? Look out, yelled Black Bear. That's a skunk. Pee-you, shouted Blue Bear. Holding their noses, the 2 bears hurried on. At last, the 2 bears stopped at a stream to drink. Where are you going? Asked a curious beaver. To find my boy, Blue Bear said. Where does he live? In a shiny silver box with wheels, Black Bear said, but we don't know where to find it. My friend Brown Bear lives at the bottom of the mountain. She might know. She's very wise, said Beaver. Just follow the river. Black Bear and Blue Bear thanked Beaver and took the path through the trees until they came to a racing river. Hello, said Brown Bear. Where are you going? To find my boy, said Blue Bear. Can you help? I'm his favorite toy. He can't sleep without me. Can you help us? I'd be happy to. Let's follow the river, said Brown Bear. So the 3 bears set off, following the twists and the turns of the river until it spilled into the water that tasted like salt. Overhead, seagulls circled as a blue heron waded into the water, hunting. What kind of bear are you? Blue Bear asked, a spotted creature climbing out of the waves. I'm not a bear. I'm a harbor seal. The water is my home. Where's yours? My home is with my boy, said Blue Bear. We're trying to find it. It's a shiny silver box with wheels, said Black Bear. Have you seen it? Asked Brown Bear. Seal shook his head. No, maybe it's on the other side of the great water. Follow me and I'll lead you across. Splash, splish, sploosh. The 3 bears leapt into the water after the seal. Blue Bear's eyes went wide with wonder as they paddled past ships and boats. Strange creatures swam all around them. What's that leggy thing? Blue Bear asked. That's an octopus, said Seal. And are those big black and white things sea skunks? No, Seal laughed. That's a pod of orcas. Do they eat teddy bears? No, but they do snack on seals, so let's get going. They'd nearly reached the shore when Blue Bear gasped, Wowee! What's that? It's as big as a house. Seal smiled. That's a gray whale, one of the biggest creatures in the Salish Sea. The 3 bears thanked Seal before climbing onto the shore and continuing on their journey. Here, the forest was dense, damp, and dark. A cool mist floated between tall trees dressed in moss and ferns. The 3 bears stopped to rest beneath an ancient spruce. Whoosh! Down swooped a bald eagle. She looked at the travelers with her bright yellow eyes. Where are you going? Asked Eagle. To find Blue Bear's boy, Brown Bear said. Where does he live? In a shiny silver box with wheels, Black Bear replied. Can you help us look? Asked Blue Bear hopefully. We have to hurry. I need to find him before bedtime. I can. With a powerful beat of her wings, Eagle snatched Blue Bear up in her talons and lifted him into the sky. Whee! I can see so far, said Blue Bear. What's that? A waterfall of melting snow, said Eagle. Is that a dog with long legs? No, said Eagle. That's a black-tailed deer. What are those steaming pools over there? Hot springs where heated water comes bubbling up out of the earth. And that? Asked Blue Bear. He pointed to a meadow dotted with colorful shapes. Eagle circled low. That is a campground with cars and tents and shiny silver boxes with wheels. Is my boy in one of them? Maybe so, but there are too many people there for me to land. Eagle circled wide and returned Blue Bear to his friends. We found a campground with shiny silver boxes, Blue Bear told his friends, and I know the way. Come on. The three bears thanked Eagle and traveled around the waterfall and past the deer until they came to a campground near the hot springs. Which silver box is yours? Brown Bear asked. I don't know, said Blue Bear, but I have to find my boy soon. The sun is setting. On quiet paws, they crept along past tents, campfires, and lots of shiny silver boxes. They peeked inside one RV after another and saw moms, dads, grandmas, grandpas, and lots of children, but they did not find what they were looking for. Oh no, sighed Blue Bear as the sun sank like an orange ball behind the Olympic Mountains. My boy's not here. Maybe I'll never find him. As the stars filled the sky, Blue Bear heard something that made his ears stand up. It was a familiar cry. My boy, is he in there? He said, pointing his paw to an RV parked behind a tree. Let's go see. Following the cries, the three bears crept up to the shiny silver box on wheels. Blue Bear peeked inside. It's him, Blue Bear shouted. My boy, we found my boy. Brown Bear and Black Bear slipped Blue Bear back into the arms of his boy. With a squeal of delight, the boy hugged his teddy bear tight. Blue Bear waved goodbye to his friends. Thank you for bringing me home, he said, and thank you for showing me your world. It was our pleasure, Black Bear and Brown Bear said. As the moon rose in the sky, all three bears and one happy little boy settled down for a good night's sleep. The end. Thank you so much for joining me today, and I hope I'll see some of you at the Yelm Timberland Library. Bye!
Hello, this is Mike McGowan from the Yelm Timberland Library. Today I have a story that's kind of familiar, in a way, a tale you may have heard, but this one will be done with some beautiful illustrations of the wildlife and the scenery of the Pacific Northwest. It's called There Was an Old Lady Who Swallowed a Trout. It's written by Terry Sloat and illustrated by Reynold Ruffins. Permission to read this book has been granted by the publisher, Henry Holt and Company, New York. And away we go. There was an old lady who swallowed a trout that splished and splashed and thrashed about. It wanted out. There was an old lady who swallowed a salmon that slippity-flippity flopped as it swam in. She swallowed the salmon to catch the trout that splished and splashed and thrashed about. It wanted out. There was an old lady who swallowed an otter. With a mug of clear water, she swallowed the otter. She swallowed the otter to catch the salmon. She swallowed the salmon to catch the trout that splished and splashed and thrashed about. It wanted out. There was an old lady who swallowed a seal. She let out a squeal when she swallowed that seal. She swallowed the seal to catch the otter. She swallowed the otter to catch the salmon. She swallowed the salmon to catch the trout that splished and splashed and thrashed about. It wanted out. There was an old lady who swallowed a porpoise. She did it on purpose. She swallowed the porpoise. She swallowed the porpoise to catch the seal. She swallowed the seal to catch the otter. She swallowed the otter to catch the salmon. She swallowed the salmon to catch the trout that splished and splashed and thrashed about. It wanted out. There was an old lady who swallowed a walrus. With a great deal of fuss, she swallowed the walrus. She swallowed the walrus to catch the porpoise. She swallowed the porpoise to catch the seal. She swallowed the seal to catch the otter. She swallowed the otter to catch the salmon. She swallowed the salmon to catch the trout that splished and splashed and thrashed about. It wanted out. There was an old lady who swallowed a whale. From the tip of its tail, she swallowed that whale. She swallowed the whale to catch the walrus. She swallowed the walrus to catch the porpoise. She swallowed the porpoise to catch the seal. She swallowed the seal to catch the otter. She swallowed the otter to catch the salmon. She swallowed the salmon to catch the trout that splished and splashed and thrashed about. It wanted out. There was an old lady who swallowed the ocean. What a commotion! She swallowed the ocean. She swallowed the ocean to hold the whale that now had plenty of room for its tail. She swallowed the whale to catch the walrus. She swallowed the walrus to catch the porpoise. She swallowed the porpoise to catch the seal. She swallowed the seal to catch the otter. She swallowed the otter to catch the salmon. She swallowed the salmon to catch the trout that splished and splashed and thrashed about. It wanted out. The old lady started to wriggle and jiggle. The swirling inside made her ick and giggle. It made her laugh. It made her shout. And when the old lady opened her mouth, she let out the ocean, the whale, and the walrus. She let out the porpoise she swallowed on purpose, the seal, the otter, and salmon, the trout, splished and splashed and thrashed about. And they all swam out.
Thank you so much for sharing. You know, even though library branches are temporarily closed, you can still visit trl.org to check out their virtual event calendar and learn more about their takeout library service. Well, we've finally arrived at the Billy Frank Jr. Nisqually National Wildlife Refuge. As many of you may know, this is where we generally host the festival each year. The Nisqually River Delta, a biologically rich and diverse area at the southern end of Puget Sound, supports a variety of habitats. Here, the fresh water of the Nisqually River combines with the salt water of Puget Sound to form an estuary rich in nutrients and detritus. These nutrients support a web of sea life, the benefits of which extend throughout Puget Sound and beyond. In 1974, the Nisqually National Wildlife Refuge was established to protect the Delta and its diversity of fish and wildlife habitats. The Nisqually Estuary was restored in 2009 by removing dikes and reconnecting 762 acres with the tides of Puget Sound. This is the largest estuary restoration project in the Pacific Northwest and an important step in the recovery of Puget Sound. Here's a little more about the refuge we know and love.
The Nisqually National Wildlife Refuge. It's right in the middle of a very urban area. It's stuck in the center, a little green island.
One of the things I like about the refuge is that it's easily accessible. I mean, it's, get off I-5 and drive in the front door.
It's a place people can come with strollers, where people can come with wheelchairs. So it's very accessible, but also kind of a comfortable, safe way for people to come and experience wild and wilderness. It's a nice introduction to what that kind of outdoor experience can be.
In 1974, the refuge was established. It really was the community that worked together and really fought to preserve and protect this Nisqually River Delta.
Teachers that I work with were out advocating for what they thought was best for this place to become a place that could support wild creatures and allow them to exist. Now here they are years later getting to share that with young students who are really part of this legacy of this wild place because of all of the hard work that they and others did in the community. The environmental education program here at the refuge functions as a year-round program, so school groups come to us any time of the year. And our job is to find out how we can use the natural resources here that teachers can draw on back in the classroom to reinforce the content that they're teaching.
Can everyone say the word pipette?
Pipette!
This is a pipette.
For 6-year-olds, 7-year-olds, we were really focused on thinking about the fact that scientists are people who ask questions. Scientists are people who use tools to observe the world around them, to look and to engage their mind in the whole world around them.
When this went over, it exposed a beaver den. So there were beavers living right under this place.
Here at the Billy Frank Jr. Nisqually National Wildlife Refuge, visitors can come in, they feel safe, but it's also a friendly environment. Visitors coming on board, the wealth of it is you talk to the volunteers because they'll give you a wealth of information. That's what they're sharing.
My name is Phil Kelly. I'm a volunteer here at Nisqually Wildlife Refuge. I've been leading a Wednesday morning bird walk for the last 15 years. Let's get a better look at these wood ducks over here. Always a spectacular bird. As a child growing up, my grandfather and my aunt, they'd be pointing out the pelicans and the black skimmers and the rest of the birds. I've had a lifelong interest in birds. Every day's a different day at Nisqually. You just don't know what you're going to see.
A lot of people come in and say, I drive past this every day. I never knew this was here. I didn't know what it was. But they knew it was something. That draws them in, that piques their curiosity. What is that? I have to go figure out more. It's that part of nature, that kind of wild magic that really draws people to places like wildlife refuges.
Each year, students from the watershed are given the opportunity to participate in the Nisqually Watershed Poster Contest. While every entry is displayed at the refuge's Norm Dix Visitor Center, the first, second, and third place winners for each age group receive prizes, and the best in show of all age groups gets their poster on all of the festival's advertising materials. This year, unfortunately, COVID put a wrench in our best laid poster contest plans. So we decided to use the festival director's favorite, which displays a cute little brown bird that the festival planning committee has come to know as Mango. Instead of being able to present this year's winners, Glynis Nakai, project leader for the Nisqually National Wildlife Refuge Complex, is going to share with us the past Best in Show poster contest winners.
Welcome to the 2020 Nisqually Watershed Festival Poster Contest Awards Ceremony. The Nisqually Watershed Festival Poster Contest began in 2006. This festival celebrates the environmental, cultural, historical, and economic stories of our unique river basin in South Puget Sound. The poster contest is a way for children in our communities to express their connection to the Nisqually Watershed through art, while learning more about the natural features of the Nisqually, including the many living things that also call this place home. On the day of the festival, students can take part in the awards ceremony, as well as enjoy free nature walks, fun activities, live entertainment, and see their original artwork on display for the public at the refuge. Each year, hundreds of students enter their artwork for our contest from schools within and beyond the Nisqually Watershed. Olympia, Lacey, Tumwater, Steilacoom, DuPont, Tacoma, Yelm, Eatonville, and Graham have all joined the fun. From each grade, 1st through 6th, there are 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place winners and 2 honorable mentions chosen by a panel of our partners, including the Nisqually Indian Tribe, Nisqually Reach Nature Center, Nisqually River Education Project, Tacoma Public Utilities, Billy Frank Jr. Nisqually National Wildlife Refuge, and local artists. Each grade's 1st place winner is then a part of the final round of judging for a Best in Show award. Our Best in Show winner gets the honor of being used on the poster, postcards, and social media posts to promote the event. Each winner is recognized at the awards ceremony on the main stage at the festival and given a certificate and prize to show our appreciation for their work. Similar to other events this year in 2020, the poster contest is a unique one. Instead of holding our usual poster contest that was ramping up just as schools closed for the school year, this year's winner was handpicked from years of entries by our festival director, Ashley Von Essen. So this year, in place of an in-person ceremony, we want to share with you the beautiful artwork from past year's winners. In 2008, our Best in Show was Brian Rochester, a 3rd grader at Mill Pond Elementary. In 2009, Alex Slagman won Best in Show with Land of the Bright as a 5th grader at Mill Pond Elementary. Michael Archuleta was a 5th grader at Rocky Ridge Elementary and won Best in Show with The Lonely Fish in 2010. And in 2011, our Best in Show artwork was Night versus Day by Soraya Abnesia Yusos, a 5th grader at Lydia Hawk Elementary. Megumi Miyashita, a 3rd grader at Hanson Elementary, won Best in Show with Nisqually is Our Home for the 2012 festival. And then in 2013, Edric Weathers, a 4th grader at Idlewood Elementary, was Best in Show for Nisqually Watershed Animals. 2014 was the 25th anniversary of the Nisqually Watershed Festival, and our Best in Show was Tempest Tassa with artwork Nisqually Water and Wildlife as a student at Hanson Elementary. And in 2015, Yuri Berabitsky, a 4th grader at Olympia Waldorf School, won Best in Show. Grace Kim, a 6th grader at Cougar Mountain Middle School, won Best in Show in 2016 with her artwork titled The Pond. And in 2017, our posters were filled with Turtle in Water by Oliver Schrader as a 2nd grader at Olympia Community School. The 2018 Best in Show was Sydney Scollum with artwork entitled Save the Salmon as a 5th grader from Olympic Elementary. And in 2019, Charlotte Miller with The Great Horned Owl when she was a 3rd grader and homeschooled won Best in Show. And for this year, 2020, the Best in Show is Life of a Falcon by Alex E. as a 3rd grader at East Olympia Elementary. What better way to see how a student views the world than through art? And what a beautiful collage of the Nisqually River watershed. Let's give these young artists a round of applause for the wonderful artwork they created for the Nisqually Watershed Festival. Thank you for joining us for the 2020 Nisqually Watershed Poster Contest. We hope you're enjoying this virtual festival.
Thanks so much, Glynis. Gosh, so many talented artists in this watershed, and this is just only a tiny fraction of them. For our next segment, we're going to go inside the wolf sanctuary at Wolf Haven International. For those that don't know, Wolf Haven International is a nationally recognized wolf sanctuary that has rescued and provided a lifetime home for 300 displaced, captive-born animals since 1982. Their mission is to conserve and protect wolves and their habitat. Since their facility is temporarily closed to the public, we are getting a special opportunity to go inside and get up close and personal with the wolves that reside there virtually.
Welcome to Wolf Haven International's virtual video visit. I hope you enjoy the photos and videos shared with you today. My name is Faye, and I'm going to take you along this adventure. First stop, London and Lexi. London is the white wolf kind of in the front on the left, and Lexi is the grayish-brownish wolf to the right in the rear. Lexi was born in 2003. She spent her life at a roadside attraction in Alaska. The roadside attraction had about 30 animals, some wolves, but mostly wolf dogs. Sadly, every animal there lived their entire life on an 8-foot drag chain attached to a metal post. Tourists were allowed to come in and see them for a small fee. In 2011, the state of Alaska stepped in and shut the facility down. All of the animals were rescued by Lockwood Animal Rescue Center in California. Lexi lived there for a couple of years before being brought to Wolf Haven to be a companion for London. London was initially purchased by a trainer in Hollywood. The trainer was going to make him act in a movie. London showed normal wolf traits such as independence, self-reliance, and no desire to please his trainer. When the trainer realized London was not going to obey him like a dog might, he discarded him, and London ended up at a dog rescue. Wolf Haven drove to Hollywood to pick him up in 2009. London is known as our smelly wolf. He is probably the biggest scent roller of the sanctuary. You will almost never see the scruff around his neck clean, because it's always coated in this week's preferred odor. He even likes catnip. Next up, Kitus and Shally. Kitus is the black and gray wolf laying down on the left. Shally is the white one standing up on the right. It's important to note that Kitus is a wolf dog. That means he's part wolf, part dog. He belonged to a man in Minnesota. The man was part of the military and was redeployed. When the man left, he needed to find a home for Kitus. That's not an easy thing to do for a wolf dog. Sometimes it's impossible. Kitus was placed with a private rescue, and then that facility contacted Wolf Haven. Eventually, Kitus made his way to us in Washington. Kitus is very food motivated, made evident by the size of his belly. Kitus is one of the animals that often finds himself on our wolves on a diet list. Kitus is fed as often as everybody else. He usually gets smaller portions. Shally lived at the North Carolina Nature Center for most of her life with her brother. When her brother passed away, the center brought in 2 younger wolves and put them into an enclosure with Shally. Wolves need companionship, and the center knew Shally needed some friends. Shally didn't feel comfortable with these 2 strangers, though. In addition, Shally and the new female were not compatible as roommates. Due to no fault of her own, Shally was then placed in a small holding area and lived there by herself. The center reached out to Wolf Haven in the hopes that we might have space for her here. Imagine what Shally must have been thinking when she came to Wolf Haven and had a large, natural place to live and play in. With Kitus, she has a partner she enjoys being with, and Shally actually has helped Kitus lose weight because she encourages him to play and run. Our third stop today is Shadow and Juno. Shadow is the grayish silver black one on the left, and Juno is the one facing the camera about in the middle. Shadow was bred and sold to a high school student who lived in an apartment when he was just weeks old. Obviously, Shadow needed more space than an apartment. The student did not feed Shadow the right type of food, so Shadow ended up being a very underweight wolf pup. The student could not deal with Shadow and tried to find him a new home. Because Shadow is a wolf and a wild animal, no one was able to care properly for him. Shadow was 6 months old when he finally arrived at Wolf Haven after having 4 different homes. At our sanctuary, he will have a great home for the rest of his life. Juno, like Shadow, was a pet. Juno is also a wolf dog, like Kitus. It's important to know, though, that Juno is high-content wolf dog. She exhibits a lot of wolf behavior and looks very wolfy. We do know that she is a wolf dog because her birthday is February 28th. Wolves are born in April and May. Juno's story is a common story. A woman in Colorado thought it would be nice to own a wolf, so she purchased Juno, who turned out to be a high-content wolf dog. The woman owned a Lexus SUV and used it anytime she needed to take Juno anywhere. Juno came to realize that this was her vehicle and claimed it as such. After about a year, most of the interior had been ripped apart and pulled apart. She had ripped part of the bumper off and had even gone as far as to start chewing on the tires. The Lexus is a good example of the potential destructive behavior of a bored wolf dog. While owning a puppy was cute and fun for a while, Juno quickly grew into a wolf dog that the owner could no longer control. The owner contacted Wolfhaven about placement, and we were able to take her. Next up, red wolves. Red wolves are a highly endangered wolf species. They're native only to North America and only the southeast corner of North America. They're part of the federal program through the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for species survival plans for endangered species. It's important to know, though, zoos and other facilities like Wolfhaven are where these animals live. The Red Wolf SSP Recovery Program is headquartered at Point Defiant Zoo and Aquarium, right here in Tacoma, Washington. These two red wolves are Azalea on the left and Witch Hazel, we call her Hazel, on the right. Azalea is Hazel's mom. These two came with Hazel's two other daughters, Aster and Sassafras, from the Fresno Zoo in Fresno, California. While they started in two enclosures linked together with all four of them, now Hazel and Azalea are separated from Aster and Sassafras, but Aster and Sassafras are right next door. The group had to be split when those two were challenging Azalea. In the wild, as wolves mature, they can disperse. They can leave their pack. In captivity, there's no option to disperse, so it can become dangerous if the situation escalates. Enclosure number 5 is home to Hidari and Sage. Hidari and Sage are part of another species of wolf, technically a subspecies this time of gray wolf. These are Mexican wolves. They're endangered just like the red wolves. They also have a species survival plan. Hidari came to Wolf Haven as part of that SSP from the Endangered Wolf Center in Missouri. He enjoys running around his enclosure and is often seen standing with his tongue hanging out, possibly panting after so much exercise. Hidari seems to have picked up the hobby of running at the fence with the neighboring coyotes. Sage, who you will catch a glimpse of in the video, was born here at Wolf Haven. She lived with her family on an off-route enclosure until Hidari needed a companion. It's been nice to be able to keep her here, where her family is, even though she is separated from them. She wasn't separated until she was the age she might disperse if she was in the wild. Hidari and Sage seem to get along well. Sage is still very wary of people, and this video is as close as she will let even the people that feed her get, before she disappears to the back enclosure. Our sixth and final enclosure on our visit today is coyotes. This is Hope and Cody. Hope is in the bushes in this picture, where she spends a lot of her time when people are around. Cody is down on the right-hand side. Both of these coyotes are wild-born, and both of them tragically ended up in captivity. When Cody was just a few months old, he was attacked by a dog. The dog's owner found the injured pup, and the following morning took Cody to the local animal hospital. The entire area underneath his jaw was open, and his front leg was broken. After recovering enough for surgery, and then recovering from that, it was determined that Cody's life would be better in captivity. His resulting limp and time around people had made it unsafe for him to be released into the wild. Wolf Haven was contacted to provide him a safe, forever home. Hope was born in Kansas. Her mother was shot, and someone found Hope and her siblings in their den a few days later. The pups were taken to a local wildlife rehabilitator, but all of Hope's siblings succumbed to pneumonia and did not survive. During Hope's recovery, she became too habituated to her caretakers to be released. Hope spent the next 2 years living an isolated life inside a house. By the time she arrived at Wolf Haven in 2018, she had never experienced grass, trees, or rain. Now, Hope and Cody have become good friends. While that was our last official enclosure on our visit route, I wanted to share a couple of videos about two special wolves at Wolf Haven. This is Grayling and a Pawnee. Both of these wolves came to Wolf Haven from zoos. A Pawnee lived with her sisters at Woodland Park Zoo in Seattle. The decision was made to rehome a Pawnee for the safety of all the animals involved. She wasn't helping the situation with her sisters. She's housed just behind the public section of the sanctuary, and often she and Grayling are seen atop their multi-level platform watching the visitor groups. Grayling, like a Pawnee, was living at a zoo with other wolves. The decision was made to rehome him for all the safety of the animals in his enclosure as well. He came to Wolf Haven when we were looking for a companion for a Pawnee. At that time, a Pawnee had grown more comfortable, and Grayling seemed to take cues from her. Grayling is a striking wolf, though he is regularly covered in mud and dirt. It's hard to hide when you've been digging as a large white wolf. Though they were both once on display at their zoos, both have decided they prefer to keep their distance when people approach. including animal care staff, though they like to watch the visits and the staff from a good distance. In this video, you can see the relationship that wolves have with ravens. A Pawnee and Gray have recently been fed, and they're willing to share, at least for the moment, with the ravens. In the wild, wolves and ravens have a symbiotic relationship, meaning they benefit from helping each other. Ravens lead wolves to prey. Wolves watch for circling ravens as a sign of possible food below. Ravens follow wolves in the hopes of pieces of food. This is unique because in most cases, ravens are the only animal wolves will willingly share their food with. Thank you for joining me on this virtual video visit of Wolf Haven. I hope you enjoyed the videos, the pictures, and the stories. Check out more on our Facebook page and our webpage.
Well, that, I hope you can agree, was a treat. If you'd like to find out more about Wolf Haven or how you can get involved, visit wolfhaven.org. Also, check out the special crafts that Wolf Haven asked us to share with you by heading to the festival website, nisquallyriver.org/festival. Now that we've made it into the Puget Sound, let's do some exploring while we're here. How would you like to see some of the marine life that calls the estuary home? We're going to head over to the Nisqually Reach Nature Center, where Daniel Hull, Executive Director, is going to show you how biologists collect and learn more about the fish that call the estuary home.
Hello, my name's April Rowe, and I work here at the Nisqually Reach Nature Center. First of all, I want to say that we have grieved your absence during this time. The other volunteers and I look forward all year to your presence on our beach, and we really miss you, and I just want to let you know how much you're missed here. However, now comes the good news. Our beach is open, which means you can bring your family down here to play in the waters and on the shore and to look for shore crabs yourself. So, although the Nature Center is not open, our beach is, so feel free to bring your family and enjoy some sunshine during this time. So let me start off with what is a shore crab survey. So we're actually looking for two things when we're doing a shore crab survey. The first is we are seeing how many males we catch and how many females we catch. One of the cool things you guys are going to learn today is how to tell a male crab versus a female crab, and I'll give you a hint, it has to do with the abdomen. The second thing you're going to get a chance to do is to measure crabs. We do this by measuring the widest part of the carapace, and the carapace on a crab is the back of the crab. We've taken a bunch of photos of crabs for you in order to be able to do this, and you may notice in the footage of our shore crab survey that some of the crabs that we catch aren't actually appearing in the photos. Know that we tried to take a representative sample for you today, and we definitely picked the crabs that photograph the best for your lesson for today. So let's start off by talking about the equipment that we need for this survey. So we need a quadrat, which is just this fancy square. We use this yogurt cup as a collection cup. Yes, we are a nonprofit. And we also use these rulers to measure the crabs. It's really important in science that when you do surveys, you keep the area you're surveying the same. And that is what our quadrat does for us, so that the thousands of students that survey on our beach are all doing the exact same area and using the same equipment. So now, as we watch our shore crab action and survey, I want to go over a couple rules that we have to follow when we're doing these surveys. 1, we can't move the quadrat once we place it on the ground. Every time we move it, which is usually to get a really awesome crab we see scurrying along, to include that, we're actually adding area and changing that area that we just talked about. We need to keep consistent between surveys. 2, in order to put your quadrat down in that original place, we need to find at least 3 medium-sized rocks that are about baked potato size. So we can have more than that, we cannot have less. Number 3, you are working with a team to do these surveys, which means that one person picks up a rock and everyone else grabs the crabs. In this video, you can see that the crabs move fast, which means if everyone goes and tries to do their own thing, you have tons of crabs escaping that never get counted. Number 4 is that, yes, you do need to catch the crabs as fast as possible and put them into the yogurt cup. So again, the yogurt cup is your collection cup. All the crabs go in the cup that are, again, inside your quadrat. Doesn't matter if you find a really cool crab elsewhere on the beach, it doesn't go in your cup. 5 is when all the crabs have been caught, and you can tell because all of the rocks are placed outside of the quadrat and all the crabs are inside the cup. You can then start to rebuild that habitat for the crabs. Normally at this point, we then start to tell if they're male or female and measure them right on the beach and release the crabs right back into the quadrat. However, because we're doing things differently today, we are going to take our crabs with us, take some pictures, and then re-release them on the beach. I'm going to challenge you next to use your skills to figure out if what we caught are males or females, and to also use the measurements in the pictures to tell how many millimeters the widest part of the back of the carapace is. A hint is that we measure in millimeters and the ruler has a centimeter side and an inches side, which means you want to be using the centimeters and then multiplying that by 10 to convert to millimeters. I hope you guys have fun with the rest of this section, and I hope to see you on the beach in the future. Thank you. Hi, welcome to the first ever virtual Nisqually Watershed Festival. We are the Nisqually Reach Nature Center. My name's April Rowe and I'm the Education Director here.
My name's Terrence Lee, I'm the Science Director here.
And we have Danielle Hall, who is also helping us out today, who is the Executive Director. So please join us for a Pacific spiny dogfish dissection. We are really excited to show you what is out in Puget Sound. So we see here that we have our Pacific spiny dogfish pulled fresh out of the Nisqually estuary. Daniel, can you tell us a little bit about how we got our dogfish?
Well, obviously, these fish are commonly found in the South Puget Sound. They are relatively abundant. They do small migrations, but it was caught fishing. Yes, fishing for salmon, and sometimes when you fish for salmon, you'll find these fish right alongside the salmon that you want to catch.
Awesome. And then can you show us, Daniel, on this dogfish, you had an interesting story about something that almost happened to you, even handling a dead fish. Can you show us how the spiny dogfish protects itself?
Well, of course, April. You see here on this spiny dogfish, on the Dorsal fin, if you take a closer look, there's a tiny little spine here that goes down. It's probably about that long. There's another one down here next to the adipose fin on this fish. And you can see once again that spine. You definitely want to avoid those particular spines, as they do have a small toxin in them and can produce an unpleasant wound. And this specifically in some of the younger fish that I've caught, because they can spin their tail completely around.
Thank you, Daniel. And then if we actually look, so we're looking at the coloring of the top of the fish, I want you guys to think about what does that remind you of. And then I'm going to flip this guy over and check out that nice white underside. I want you guys to think for just a second why it might be really helpful that this shark has a white underside. Thank you, Daniel. And the top has these speckles, is this darker color. How might this help our dogfish? And the answer is that if you think about this guy floating in the water, and if you were ever swimming and you look up towards the sky, you'll notice it's really light. So when other things are under our dogfish, it actually blends in because of its white stomach. And then if you're looking down into the water, it actually is supposed to be mimicking the top, right? When we see that beautiful top sparkle on the water. So this guy is made to be a really serious predator. Can you tell us, Daniel, what do our dogfish like to eat? What might we find inside of it when we cut it open in just a couple minutes?
Well, dogfish obviously are predators, just like April said. They've got some very good camouflage to get through the water. They can swim relatively fast. They love to eat squid. They will eat smaller fish. Literally, as far as a predatory fish is concerned, they like to eat things that will fit in their mouth. By the way, located right here.
So the other really cool thing is that we know that sharks live in the water, which means they need dissolved oxygen, right? So we have lungs and they have gills. So if you look on this side, they have gill slits right here. And then on each side, there's 5 of them. And how they breathe is that they actually have to keep moving. So they have their mouth open, water goes into their mouth, over their internal gill slits, and then out. If our shark stops, there's no way for water to go into their mouth and through. So our shark cannot be at rest. Other fish, bony fish, you'll find an operculum, which is actually a cover that covers over this. And if you ever see, they'll be like, meet. And as the fish's mouth opens, the slits close. And when they close their mouth, the slits actually open. So bony fishes, which is not our dogfish, have this adaptation which allows them to breathe in oxygen without always moving. Unfortunately for the spiny dogfish, we need you to keep moving to survive. Awesome. So the other thing that we'll get to later and we will dissect is if you take a look at these eyes, they are super amazing, right? See how big they are? And we're going to pull out the cornea later. So Terrence, can you tell us what you know about the dogfish skin?
Well, the dogfish skin is rough. So if you run your hands down the length of the fish towards the tail, it has a smooth feeling. But if you run it in the opposite direction towards the head, it actually feels rough. If you were to actually look at the skin under a microscope, you would see that the skin is very rough and very sharp, actually. And because of this, it was actually common for dogfish skin to be used, or other sharks as well, to be used as sandpaper. Another aspect of the skin is that its roughness actually makes it hydrodynamic, which means it's able to cut through the water more easily. It's obviously a very counterintuitive idea, but is very unique.
Thank you, Terrence. Awesome. So let's flip this fish over and see what we have on the inside. Your heavy fish.
Oh. Very good. Oh.
How many pounds?
Oh.
That's probably a 3-pounder.
Well, let's see, Terrence. Oh, no, I'm going to give that about 6.
Okay. So I'm going to see if my
Mine is a little
normal...
girthy, so.
Okay.
Okay, can I help here, April?
Let's see. I'm trying to go above.
Every dissection. Oh, there we go. The skin of a shark is kind of thick.
Normally it doesn't feel this thick, but normally they're not this big. No.
This is a big one.
And actually, sometimes I cheat and then cut. So the idea is not to puncture any more than I already have.
The scissors come in handy here, it seems like.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Oh.
Oh, we have some things in here.
Okay. Cool. Awesome. So, one of the first things right on top is this. Daniel or Terrence, do you know what this is?
Oh, I'm going to have to say, I'm not quite sure, April. What do we have here?
This is the liver. Oh. So in a dogfish, the liver is actually 30% of its biomass. So dogfish don't have a swim bladder. So when we were talking about a lot of those bony fishes, right, with the perculums, they also, a lot of them have swim bladders, which helps them stay buoyant. And if you are a dogfish, it doesn't work if you just totally sink and can't rise in the water. So these huge livers actually help them with buoyancy.
I did not know that.
Isn't that cool? Oh
We've
my
got
goodness.
so much stuff in here.
So much stuff right now.
Let me know if you need a hand.
Okay. Going to start cutting. So the other thing to notice, so there's multiple other things occurring here. So we have all of this, as we see, attaching to what? What would that probably attach to? I want you guys to think a minute. So this is actually attaching to, this is really hard, I'm not going to move it anymore because it's all going to fall out, to the intestine system. So the whole idea is attaching to the stomach and the intestines, because this is, again, its digestive system. So why do we think this might be so full right now? What is this, and why might it be so full? Anyone?
I take a guess. This shark was eating.
Yes, awesome, Daniel. So in a little bit, we'll get to see what's in its stomach. I'm going to try and take out this so we can better see.
I have these little plates here to put some stuff in if we want to.
So it smells really bad. And then, where was it? I saw it. Let's see. I got it out. Is its gallbladder there?
No.
You could see it. Where is it, though?
Should be pretty small.
It's the little green thing. I saw it earlier hanging.
No. It's not it. No.
No.
Right here?
No. No, it'd be bigger.
We go into that fat that's down there. Kind of sliding out.
That's so weird. Okay, I don't know what happened to it. Hopefully we find it.
Hopefully it turns up.
Okay. Awesome. So we can look for now up in here. What might we find up in here? That.
Circulatory system heart?
Yes, exactly. Awesome, Daniel. So, in male fish, we'll also see testes, which we don't see here, meaning that this is most likely a female fish. Oh, there it is.
Oh, did we find the heart?
we did. All right, I might have someone assist.
Okay.
So, can you
hold
open? Well, yeah. No, the heart is part of this information.
Oh, I think we can see it right there.
Right. So we have the heart. I'm just trying to cut it out.
It's like you have to be a surgeon here.
Okay. Sweet.
We have a heart.
Leave it here. Can we zoom in on that, Eva?
You want a dish?
Maybe that's, yeah. So let's see what we have in our stomach. Ooh, Daniel, do you want to cut it open?
Oh, I've never cut one open before, but I'll give it a shot. So this area here is the stomach, and it goes into the intestines up here.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to try to make a cut right down the surface here. And it's probably going to spill out and be weird.
Sometimes once you get started, it's easier to use the scissors.
It might be easier to use the scissors. I'm going to go with your recommendation on that, April. Oh, it's pink. Oh. Now that looks like a bunch of tiny krill and shrimp. Yeah, little tiny shrimp.
Let's try and dish that.
Yeah.
Maybe it's too late.
Oh, I'll just. There you go. Oh, this is a good. Oh, and there's these weird pieces of. Who knows what that is? It looks like sticks, actually. And I'm going to tell you, like I said earlier, it fits in the mouth. They're going to go for it. It looks like he came across a really big kind of school of shrimp and just scooped them up. I mean, there's thousands of them in there. As you can see here, you can see their eyes. That's pretty fascinating. And it smells delicious.
Okay, so you can see our intestine systems. And what we are going to go now for is the brain.
The brain?
The brain. So this is actually
How do
going
you get to it?
We're going to flip this guy.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Well,
normally.
Looks like he lost his lunch there.
Well, normally I try and cut in from the top. And because this guy is so big, I'm assuming... Oh, look at that.
Look at that. Oh my goodness.
Okay.
Looks like the spine.
Cut right. So it's actually the brains on top. Usually it's super mushy. Oh.
Anything with brain-like?
Yeah. So the.
Okay.
Yeah.
We have found the brain. It's very mushy.
Can I have that? Thanks.
That is the brain. The cavity it came from.
So the other way to tell that this is a female is that it actually is missing something that the male has. So the male has two appendages that come down like this besides these, and those are called claspers, which they use for reproduction with the female. So because we have no claspers, by default we know that this is a female. So we would be able to tell without ever cutting it open. Here is the spleen, so we can tell it because of its dark red color. And do we know what the spleen produces, Daniel?
White and red blood cells?
Beautiful. And that's really important. So just like humans, dogfish also need a way to fight off infections and sicknesses that happen to them naturally in the wild. So we are a lot more like dogfish than maybe we originally thought. Great. So the other thing we're going to check out is the eye. So a dogfish eye is actually designed so that they can see really well in low light conditions.
Sounds like it's handy if you're deep in water.
Right? Sounds like this guy is a master predator. So what we are going to do is we're going to pop one of these eyes out so you guys can check them out.
Well, how do you do that, April?
Well, this is really like one of the clumsy things. We try and cut it out.
Oh, okay. So once again, some scissor skills would come in handy here.
Yes, definitely. And even after doing this multiple times, sometimes you get it and sometimes you just don't.
Oh my gosh, that's a big eye. Oh, let's get some finger help here.
Yep. Okay.
Looks like it's close. Oh, I think you got it.
So that's another thing is that dogfish eyes are actually really well attached to their head.
Well, I think that's a good thing, right?
I think so too.
Okay, there, that is really well attached.
All right.
And you have an eyeball. Here's another dish. Let's put it in one of these black dishes. I think it'll come out very nice. So is there anything interesting about the eye, April, that you wanted to...
Yeah, so we are actually going to cut open that eye, Daniel.
Oh,
are you
no.
interested in that?
How do you do it?
You can't mess it up.
I probably will let you do it
okay,
if it's a
sounds
detailed
good.
procedure. I want the expert.
It is not a detailed procedure. It's really about squishing it. So what we are trying to find out is that there's a special treasure in here. I'm going to pull out the lens.
Okay. Looks like you got a little scissor action going on.
Yes.
Always be careful with sharp scissors.
Let me start.
Oh, scalpel?
Yeah.
Feel like a doctor. Scalpel.
So it's really now about squeezing.
Oh, there's like the eye fluid. Oh. And what are we trying to get out here?
We are getting out the lens.
Oh, okay.
Do fish have interstitial fluid like humans do, or do they have something different?
That's a great question, Eva. I actually don't know the answer to it. I don't know what you would consider.
Oh my goodness, look at that.
Oh, wow.
Okay, what are we up to here, April?
So we're looking at the lens, which we just got from the eye of the dogfish. And we are going to continue to squeeze this.
Oh, you're going to squish it?
We're going to squeeze it. We're going to get...
Oh my goodness.
This hard part, which is the dogfish souvenir. Which when you clean it... This is also the lens.
Yeah, okay, so it's inside that.
And is it hard?
Feel it.
It is. It's very hard.
Yep.
It's like a tiny little marble.
Yep. So, when we clean this off, actually, Terrence, do you want to go clean that off? Thank you.
It's great to have helpers.
Yeah. So that is our lens. That is really hard. So lastly, if we take a look at the teeth of our dogfish, should check. Coming a little bit closer here. Terrence, do you have any special fun facts about dogfish teeth?
Well, obviously you can see they're not as scary looking as other sharks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Daniel. Speaking of marine critters, want to learn how to make an oyster out of an egg carton? We thought you might. Here's the Puget Sound Estuarium to show you how it's done.
Hello and welcome. We are Puget Sound Estuarium, and this is Arts and Crafts with a Naturalist. My name's Clarissa, and today we'll be making oysters out of egg cartons. So we're going to take our egg carton, and with a parent's help, you want to cut the bottom off. Ta-da! Next, we're going to take some white paint, and we're going to paint the outside of our egg cartons. Ta-da! You want to do that with both of them. Paint the outside. Ta-da! Next, we want to paint that inside purple. Purple. And do that with the other one. Purple. Once those have dried, we're going to take our googly eyes, ta-da! We're going to take our pom-pom glue into the center. Then we're going to glue our top part. into the bottom. And voila, got our egg carton oyster. Thank you for joining us.
Sequalichu Creek, then and now. When the Sequalichu Nisqually people lived at the mouth of the Sequalichu Creek and on the shores of Puget Sound, the creek was a much more viable, vital living water source. Even when the Hudson's Bay Company sailed into the mouth of Sequalichu Creek in 1833, this coastal inlet was more than 1/3 of a mile wide with salt marshes. Over the past 200 years, a number of events have taken place to change Sequalichu Creek from a vibrant waterway to a groundwater-fed trickling stream. Two of the major events are: in the 1920s, the Northern Pacific Railroad removed the 1912 wooden train trestle across the mouth of the creek and replaced it with a 40-foot high, 400-foot long dirt berm. This left a 5-by-5-foot box culvert to feed the saltwater marsh and restricted the salmon migration. Camp Lewis started taking their drinking water from the Sequalichu Springs in 1917. In 1950s, to protect their water supply from storm surges and Sequalichu Lake overflows, Fort Lewis built a 4-mile-long diversion canal redirecting the water from the Sequalichu Creek out to Solo Point and into the Sound. Today, Sequalichu Creek, through the ravine, fed mainly by springs from the Vashon Aquifer. The once broad coastal inlet is now a trickle through the box culvert at low tide. The Pierce Conservation District Stream Team monitors, samples the water quality, and do periodic water flow measures. Renee Buck is doing a sampling today. She also leads the DuPont Stewardship 5th Saturday event. The Sequalichu Creek Trail is one of the most used trails in DuPont. Please help us protect Sequalichu Creek and surrounding area by staying on the official trail. Carry out what you carry in, and please pick up and carry out after your pets.
Goodness, I better go finish off the rest of my eggs so I can make one of those with breakfast tomorrow. Too fun. So fish, shellfish, and mollusks aren't the only animals that live in the ocean. Orca Network is here to teach us a little more about who else lives in the deep blue sea.
Thank you for joining us today to learn about the connection between endangered southern resident orcas and the Nisqually Watershed.
Let's talk about the orcas found in the Salish Sea. Who are they?
Well, I'm glad you asked. There are two distinct orca communities who use the Salish Sea to find food. Bigs, or transient orcas, hunt for small marine mammals like seals, sea lion, and porpoise. The southern residents are fish-eating orcas, preferring salmon. Chinook salmon is actually their favorite, which makes up most of their diet, but they also eat chum, coho, and steelhead.
I didn't realize there were two types of orcas in the Salish Sea. How are their populations doing?
The Biggs orcas are currently a thriving community with plenty of food resources, while the southern resident orcas are critically endangered and struggling to get enough of the salmon they rely on. When southern residents aren't getting enough food, there are other threats that they are more sensitive to, such as toxicants in the marine environment and man-made noise pollution.
Is their food source the only thing that makes them different from one another?
Other interesting differences are that they don't socialize with each other, their calls and dialects are different from one another, and they don't breed with each other. They stick to their own community and avoid each other. Their culture, including what they eat, is passed down from their mothers and grandmothers, and that teaches each orca who they are and who they associate with. Isn't that amazing?
It is. I'm wondering though, with orcas found in the sea and not in rivers, what is the connection between the orcas and the Nisqually Watershed?
Well, remember the Chinook, chum, coho, and steelhead that I mentioned were food resources for the southern resident orcas? Certain runs of those salmon types use the Nisqually River along with smaller streams and rivers that connect to it during key phases of their lives. These salmon begin life as freshwater fish, migrate out to the ocean to become adults, and then return to the very same part of the river they were spawned from to spawn the next generation in a continuous cycle. Since southern resident orcas rely on these different types of salmon to keep them fed and healthy, and salmon depend on healthy watersheds throughout the Salish Sea, including the Nisqually, the salmon are southern resident orcas' direct connection to the Nisqually River and watershed.
I see. So tell me, are there certain times of the year to expect the salmon returns and to possibly see the southern resident orcas that are looking for those salmon?
Yeah, so in the late fall, we expect to see southern resident orcas making their way into central and southern Puget Sound as they follow chum salmon that are traveling back into some of those southernmost rivers to spawn. Orca Network collects sightings reports, meaning when you see whales, you call us and report them to us, and we keep data sets year after year of these sightings. This can help us see when they've arrived year after year and then help us make predictions on when they might return. A factor that's been making predictions around the Salish Sea harder is that salmon returns in this area have been declining since the 1990s.
Is watershed health throughout the Salish Sea a key reason that salmon has declined?
Loss of healthy habitat around major rivers and the river mouths are definitely key factors. The Nisqually, while being considered one of the healthiest and least developed rivers in southern Puget Sound, was listed among the top 10 most important rivers in Puget Sound for salmon recovery as of 2001. Some good work has been done in the Nisqually watershed and will need to continue, but there are also lots of other watersheds connected to the Salish Sea that need to restore habitat and salmon too.
Are there things that concerned people can do to help?
There are. We've put together an activity sheet that explains how to report whale sightings to Orca Network and what observations are the most important. This will help us keep tabs on when the orcas arrive here, how long they stay, which can also tell us if there was enough salmon worth staying in Puget Sound for or not. The second part of the activity talks about how pollution enters watersheds and rivers, all which lead to the Salish Sea and bring toxicants into the marine environment and the food chain. These toxicants are dangers because they bioaccumulate and magnify up the food chain, really impacting southern residents who eat near the top of the food chain. After you learn about bioaccumulation, we have some other suggestions on ways that you can help keep pollution and toxicants out of watersheds and rivers, which means you're keeping them out of the Salish Sea and out of the food chain too.
Well, thank you for joining us for learning about the connection between the southern resident orcas and the Nisqually Watershed. I'm Katie Watkins, Assistant Manager at the Langley Well Center.
And I'm Amanda Colbert, Education and Outreach Assistant, and we really hope that you enjoy the activity following this video, and we're excited that you want to help the endangered southern residents. So thanks.
Now that we've met all of these cool critters, we can appreciate why it's so important to keep our beaches clean. And you can help out too. Check out how to do a solo beach cleanup from the Olympia Surfrider Foundation. You can also contact the foundation for more information about how to get involved.
My name is Liz Scottman, and I am the volunteer coordinator for the local Olympia Surfrider Foundation chapter. I'm a big free diver, and so to me, being able to go under the water safely and not have to worry about getting sick from it is super important. So we sample here weekly throughout the summer, and it's of personal value to me because we go jogging through here, I jog on the beach, and it's nice to know, how clean the water is. So it's super valuable information for the public to have.
As you can see, there are endless ways to get involved in your community, in the watershed and beyond. Well, we've reached the end of the 31st Annual Nisqually Watershed Festival and our Mountain to Sound Tour. We hope you've enjoyed this virtual experience as much as we have. Take care and be safe out there. If you want to check out any of today's videos, please visit nisquallyriver.org/festival. We look forward to seeing all of you next year, hopefully in person. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Woo! See y'all next year.
Mango, 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 mango. Mango, 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 mango. Mango, mango, mango.
mango, 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 mango.